Good morning, darts fans, and welcome to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday morning. We have 2 sessions for you today, and the first one is about to commence. We have 3 more players that are new to this week about to commence in Group C. So let's go and see the first 2 of them, Wes Newton and Lee Cox. Great to have the Warrior with us. And of course, the man in black and yellow, Lee Cox, is back as well. First game of the week, and they'll want to start on the right footing. Group C involves 6 players. Connor Scutt, Darren Beveridge, Scott Marsh and Nathan Girvin. 3 of the names I've just mentioned have played the last 3 days. Connor Scutt, a debutant, will make his debut in match number 2 against Darren Beveridge. But first, a debut for the week for these 2 as they look to try and get themselves in the top 2 of this group by the end of tomorrow's Friday morning session. And if they can do that, they can join Jared Cole in Saturday's finals, live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. But the 43-year-old from Fleetwood up in Lancashire, one of the best talents the PDC has had in the last 20 years,
first leg it's
without
to
a major title.
Game on.
Not for the want of trying, though. He has been to 2 major finals, the European Championship and the UK Open.
100.
Losing out to Simon Whitlock and, of course, James Wade in those finals. But the career of Wes Newton has taken a bit of a turn
30.
over the last few years. He hasn't been able to get himself back into the tour card situation. And he's trying to use the Online Darts Live League and indeed the Challenge Tour as a way of getting back into form.
85.
That style of leaning to the right and that well-timed throw that he's had for a good 20 years hasn't let him down much in the last 2 decades. And it'll be fascinating to see what he does against Lee Cox in this first match of the day. Lee has the darts, though. And you would have him as a marginal favourite based on having the darts and, of course, his previous record in Online Darts Live League action in 2021.
121.
He's looking for the maximum there to leave himself on double 12. And he has Wes Newton exactly where he wants him in this first leg of Thursday.
100. Lee, you require 83.
Treble 17. The single leaves 66. And that is the bullseye. That is the bullseye. An early,
Lee Cox.
Really big confidence boost for Lee Cox. Sensible going for the big 16 with Wes Newton on a finish.
Second leg, it's Wes
he
to
banks
throw first.
The first leg in no time at all. I mentioned the previous record of Lee Cox. This is his 46th match of the year. He's won 24, losing 21 for a win percentage of 53%.
100.
Very respectable. A running average over the year of 85.1 and impressive double statistics of 35.05% for the year. And of everybody today, he has the best running double stats of all.
95.
High check out of 170. That will not be bettered, but he can get himself into Scott Marsh's company because he's got 2 170s for the year.
58.
And a best average in an individual game for Lee of 101.9, which is, consequently, exactly the same best average we've seen this week, which came from Richie Bennett on Tuesday. You'll see more of Richie Bennett as he is joined by Mike Warburton,
100.
by Justin Smith, Scott Williams and Paul Hogan from 10 p.m. tonight in Group B action. And Lee Cox had an opportunity there for 170.
46.
And has failed to get anything sizable, giving Newton a chance for leg 2. Great second dart. And he was
99.
aggressive on that try for double
You require
19. It just came out of the cannon
124.
with a bit too much gunpowder. Doesn't get another shot at the bullseye like leg 1. Needed the treble 18 to have that shot.
92.
So the
Wes
Warrior is
require
back
19.
for 3 and double 8. Safe single. Got to go high on this.
3.
His darts do tend to
require
lean to the
32.
right, a bit like his style when he throws the dart. That's why he had to move, as
Game
Lee
shot on
Cox
the second
finds the
leg.
bed that Wes could
Lee
not.
Cox.
And he opens up a 2-0 lead in this one. Wes Newton in trouble purely because of those missed darts at double 19 and in the bottom left corner.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. $100.
I'm sure there are a lot of Wes Newton fans out there tuning in this morning and will be wondering,
99.
where does his career go from here? I'll have to have a little word with our friends at Online Darts to try and get an in-depth
81.
discussion with Wes to see what he feels about his future. I can attest to his career probably better than most, because
134.
his time of winning titles was around the time of my winning titles. And we have shared some incredible games, have Wes and I, and over the next couple of days I will tell some
22.
stories about them. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too easy. But I can say the majority of the time Wes got me exactly where he wanted me.
44.
He did rob me of a few dollars in my career. I've never shied away from that fact. It doesn't mean I don't like
60.
the guy. In fact, I really do love him. He's a superb bloke, a fantastic example of a dart player around the 2009 to 2015 mark, where he really was one of the best players in the world. And one of only a few players here at the Online Darts Live League who have played in the Premier League.
180.
That's a premier
Ways
shot
to
from Lee
require
Cox.
124.
Forcing Newton to take the 1-2-4. And Lee is timing his shots
92.
really well
Lee require 58.
for 3-0. And a very good start. He needs double 10.
Game shot.
Really, really good. You do not
Lee
find
Cox.
a prettier looking double 10 than that, especially early in a session where that really will bolster his confidence. Newton up against it.
Fourth leg, it's
at
Wes to
3-0
throw
down.
first. Game on.
Solid from Lee Cox. 50 darts for the first 3 legs,
60.
averaging just over 90 with 60% for his checkouts. You keep doing that all day, Lee. You're going to be in the top 2 at the end of today.
100.
That's what I believe. It's not that Wes is playing poorly. He's averaging 85, which is respectable for a first game of a group.
83.
But the worrying thing for him, and consequently, it's not worrying for Lee Cox, though, is that there have been no 140s in this match.
45.
They've all been ton-plus scores, and the solitary 180 from Lee Cox.
$100.
Superb ton to find that sandwich dart in the end between the first and second darts even.
135.
Lee Cox still fails to get a 140, but a 135 is just shy of it. He's still in command here.
119.
Nice switching from Wes, gets him to a finish first. But he's in genuine trouble here. Because Lee Cox does find the first 140 of the match.
139.
Possibly at the last opportunity of getting one. Unless Wes takes this, which he might.
119.
That is a genuinely brilliant attempt.
81.
But this is for the match.
Game shot out of the match.
Very good.
Lee Cox.
4-0 to Lee Cox in that first match. And that's because his timing was very, very good on his scoring. He was getting it into the finishing zone with no time to spare. And when he was there, he was taking his shots. As you can see, 57%. And he only afforded 4 shots at a double for Wes Newton in that match. That is why that 92.49 average is so good. The timing was exemplary. The next match for us is debutant Connor Scutt of Surrey. He comes in for his first ever Online Darts Live League match. He's up against one of the most experienced players in Darren Beveridge. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Match 2 is about to commence with our debutant for the week, and that is Connor Scutt, the 25-year-old from Surrey. He's up against Scotland's Darren Beveridge, who has been promoted to Group C from Group A after not getting through the group in the last 3 days. There is the seasoned veteran of the Online Darts Live League. This will be his 80th match this year. But his opponent is playing his very first. So welcome, the sniper, Connor Scutt. I'm pretty sure that the sniper used to be the nickname used by Darren Webster. He's the demolition man these days.
Connor to throw first.
So I suppose there only is one sniper. Well, snipers can't usually be seen, but we can see from a lot of statistics
96.
online that this lad can play. He's played in modern amateur darts qualifiers to try and get here before.
140.
But because of his recent form, he has been given an invite. He's had some very good showings on the Challenge Tour very recently. And these two will know about each other. Because in the Challenge Tour order of merit right now, Darren Beveridge is sitting 4th. Particularly because of that win in the first Challenge Tour event of the year, which took place earlier this month. As far as Connor Scutt is concerned, he,
100.
in the very first event of the year, got to the semi-finals, where he lost out to Martin Thomas.
148.
I think someone's been hanging around Diogo Portela doing things like that.
83.
Because he didn't want to go for the
Ronnie
single
Require,
20 there to
32.
leave tops. He went for double 14 to leave double 16. And I've only seen one other player do that.
16. Darren
We'll get
Beveridge,
into that
118.
in a bit more detail. But Connor Scutt, I can tell you, is quick.
44. Connor requires 16.
Double 8.
No
And he
score.
busts it. To give Darren Beveridge,
requires 74.
as it turns out, 6 darts from 118. And he'll be disappointed to have left 74 from his previous spot. Double top.
34.
And Scutt comes
Connor
back
requires
for
16.
double 8 to try and rectify what he did last time.
8.
Just maybe a bit of first leg
Darren, you require
nerves
40.
on the outer ring as Beveridge comes in for an unlikely
James
break
on
of
the
throw, and
first
that's
leg.
exactly what he
Darren
gets
Beveridge.
with a beautiful looking double top. But I have to say that approach from 180, we're going to have to talk about that in the next leg because it was very unusual.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game
So
on.
rewind 12 months. We're playing live league darts from our own homes last summer.
30.
And the Brazilian Diogo Portela showed us that hitting 2 treble 20s from 180 doesn't mean that you have to search for a single 20.
57.
He went on to hit a double 14 to leave 32, and that's exactly what Connor did in the last leg.
60.
Because of the way that the leg turned out, he probably wishes he should have gone for the 20.
125.
Don't underestimate the fact that there is a small 20 you can hit there as well. But it is early evidence that Connor Scutt is a bit of a
60.
darting thinker. He does remind me of a bit of Luke Humphreys. Slightly smaller in stature.
139.
Similar in pace. But he's from the great county of Surrey that has given us some fabulous players. And indeed,
125.
he looks a little bit like Jason Askew as well, who is from the great county of Surrey.
100.
This time from 180, he leaves 80. So he has a different
59.
methodology with the
Connie
second
require
part
80.
of converting 180. Double top.
Game
And
shot on
that
the
one will
second
settle
leg.
him down because he did
Connor
have a lot of
Scutt.
misses at the double in leg number 1. But the fast-paced Scutt does equalise at 1 leg all after 2.
Third leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a look at Scutt's form on the Challenge Tour this year. After he got that break of throw straight back after
81.
losing his throw in leg 1. Had great wins over Gavin Carlin, Liam Meek, who very recently won on the development tour.
60.
Matt Dennant, who we know a lot about from this tournament, and Martin Thomas is where he lost out in the semi-finals of Challenge Tour 1 this year.
59.
But since then, he's lost in round 2, round 2, round 2. Then he had a better time of it in Challenge Tour 5, where he lost to Nathan Girvin,
100.
who we actually have in this group today. That was in a last 16 match. And the last person he faced
100.
in a competitive match was Alan Norris, where he lost out by 5 legs to 4. So there is a bit of
44.
early pedigree from Connor. As you can see, the equipment that he uses is Simon Whitlock-esque, because it is a Simon Whitlock barrel. He does use a very
84.
short stem and
Connie
a kite-shaped
require
flight. It's a very
140.
individual setup, but it's useful. How useful?
120.
Almost perfect on the 140 checkout. And he is the one dictating the pace and the standard in this game. He's the one averaging 85. Beveridge in the mid-70s.
Connor, you require 20.
Double 5. Is
Game's
found.
on the third leg.
It seems to me like
Connor
he's very
Scutt.
comfortable with the top of the board, so watch out for the smaller stature players who like the fact of going for double 12, tops and 18s.
It's Darren
Connor seems to be the same.
Game on.
Just think about one of our other Live League stalwarts from Scotland, Robert Thornton.
78.
Smaller in stature, but loves the top of the board, loves tops. I have to say it. I like what I see. And everybody knows I'm a big fan of Beveridge as well. I think over the next 5 years, we will see what he's made of.
180.
I love it when they prove me right. But we have genuinely got a lot of talent coming through.
180.
Playing at the Online Darts Live League this year. So much to look forward to. So much talent that doesn't have
60.
a tour card. Almost back-to-back 180s. But his best scoring leg so far, leaving 81 after 9. And Beveridge is in serious
60.
trouble of losing his throw for a second time in this match. Doesn't get the treble 12. The single would have left in the bull.
49. Darren, you require 120.
Last time he was down at 32, he had problems. He is going to get a look at it now because that is 9 scored to leave 114. All Darren can do is leave tops.
83. Connor, you require 32.
And it's 3-1 Scutt if this goes. More
24.
problems in the bottom left corner.
Darren, you require 40.
Double 10. Double 5. And he
Game
survives the leg. He won't be happy with the standard of the leg from himself. But the fact of the matter is, it is 2-2, and it could easily be 4-0 to Connor Scutt.
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on. $58.
I keep looking at that animation on the back of his shirt. It's particularly menacing.
140.
Gotta say, I haven't seen a darts shirt quite like this
58.
for a bit of time. It's a bit inventive, and I like that. Of course, Darren's shirt is
140.
in homage to his nickname, Ice Cold. It does roll off the tongue quite well, doesn't it? Ice Cold Beveridge.
85.
But is Darren Beveridge going to use the little bit of fortune he's been given via the misses of Scutt at double 16 and double 8 in this match?
59. Darren, you require 81.
It's his turn to leave 81 after 9. And it is against the Connor Scutt throw. A superb 12 darter from Darren Beveridge. And he's using what has happened in the last leg as a real catalyst to get himself into a match-winning position. That's exactly where he sits right now.
Sixth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Of all of the players in today's group, because they've all played Challenge Tour this year, the one person who is averaging the best of them all on the Challenge Tour is Connor Scutt at 87.18. And the next best, you guessed it, it's Darren Beveridge at 86.3.
60.
So is that a sign to come for the two players that will successfully come through this group?
94.
If you don't get in the top 2, you are eliminated and you will not play in Saturday night's final.
91.
There are no third chances in a week here at the Online Darts Live League. But this is chance number 2 for Beveridge.
100.
Still in command if he can get a 140. That
40.
hands this leg to Connor Scutt pretty much. If he can take care of 211 in 6.
60.
He only comes up with 60, so Beveridge is dicing with death here in this leg.
60.
Boy, is that a good 60.
151.
You will not see 3 darts put closer together than that.
95. Darren, you require 150.
He's gone the 60 route and he will stay there. Did the right thing to try and give himself a shot at double 15.
Connor, you require 56.
But this has been a fast-paced, possibly 7-leg match. Tops to stay in it. And he is so much better, much more accurate at the top of the board. Every time he's up there, he hits. When he's in the bottom left corner, he misses. So watch out for that in leg 7.
Leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
The Beveridge average has gone up towards 82 now.
140.
Connor averaging 85, which is pretty much where he's been most of the match.
81.
When you're starting 140 in a last leg decider,
93.
you want to have a backup shot just like that. Beveridge is chasing.
100.
He had a chance of getting into Group B, did Darren Beveridge yesterday.
174.
He lost out to Richie Burnett in a final game decider by losing that game. That's why he's here.
60. Connor required 94.
And Connor Scutt has hit a 174 to leave 94, and he's got 6 from here. And watch out, because he's left himself on double 4. I, for the life of me, don't know why he's left double 4, because he's been so good
60.
at tops.
Connor
He should have left it
8.
again, but we'll learn more about Connor as the day goes on. And what we have learned is that he's won on his debut in a last leg decider with a 13 darter. I don't think this 25-year-old from Surrey is lacking in confidence somehow. 87.84 is a very, very good start and something to build on as he joins the winner's circle like Lee Cox is in after match 1. Match 3, we'll see Scott Marsh and Nathan Girvin go at it for the 4th time this week as they were playing in Group A earlier on this week. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. First couple of matches have not disappointed. We've seen a great performance from Lee Cox in beating Wes Newton 4-0. And then Connor Scutt on debut gets the points against Darren Beveridge. What will we see from Nathan Girvin and Scott Marsh as they start their campaign for Group C? The 38-year-old from Kent up against the 18-year-old from Scotland. And it has been an interesting week for the two of them. They are here purely because they were unable to get into the top spot in Group A, which was taken by Jared Cole. He ended up winning that group by 6 points. But it wasn't a bad effort from these two. The good thing for Nathan is that even though he was at the foot of the table,
100.
He showed yesterday that he's got game. Some league tables can be very misleading indeed. He finished in 6th position on 10 points with an average over the course of the week in Group A of 87 exactly. That was indeed the 3rd best running average.
100.
He had, get this, the most 180s of anybody in the group. He had 20. He had 6 more than the person who won the group. And he had 1 more than Beveridge and Richie Burnett.
55.
The strange thing is, his checkout percentage was better than most as well. But he just lost too many close matches.
134.
A lot of his statistics were bolstered by Wednesday, though, where he won the daily table in a very tightly packed group. He had a very good running average of over 90.6 yesterday.
Nathan, you require 167.
And he was very impressive. He did get some big finishes yesterday. He got a 161
Scott, you require
against Richie Burnett. And that 167 was just on hold there a little bit. Looks like Nathan is starting where he left off yesterday.
80.
He is going to cause a lot of problems for this field today. Double 16.
Game
and he finds a break of throw in 14 darts to start this one off. He really is trending in the right direction. And if you're looking for somebody to be very strong in Group C, look no further than Nathan Girvin.
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
You could easily look at that Group A table and think that maybe he's the weakest link.
100.
Not the case. Day on day, he improved. Scott Marsh was Mr. Consistent.
60.
From day 1 in Group A to day 3, his running average didn't fluctuate by more than half a point. He was around 87 all week long.
60.
A best average of 95.25. 18 maximums. A very fine effort in that department. But the ton plus checkouts, that's where he excelled. He had 8 of them. And that was more than anybody in Group A. Indeed, his closest challenger in that regard was Nathan Girvin.
58.
Best leg we've seen this week. 11 darts. Scott and Nathan have both had one of those. But the more I look at my stats here that I compiled this morning, the more I am impressed by what Scott Marsh does when he gets here. He has the best overall win percentage of any player in this field.
96.
He's played the 2nd most amount of matches of anybody who's playing today. And he has the most impressive overall performance in a match of 105.26, which admittedly was a little while ago. But Marsh is going to be a thorn in the side of some of the quicker players in this group
57.
because he's a little bit more deliberate.
Scutt, you
He's been
require
very
80.
good at finding tops when he needs it. It's these types of shots.
40.
The line was perfect
Nathan,
on
you
all three
require
darts.
130.
And Nathan, if he wants to back up that break of throw, needs another one of those for double five.
120.
Gave it a hell of a crack, didn't he?
Scutt, you require 40.
So a little bit of fortune for the man from Orpington, who needs double 10 now.
Game shot on the
And
second
finds
leg.
double 10.
Scutt,
And over the
Marsh.
course of the last 3 and a bit days now, we have seen Scutt Marsh go for tops a lot and had some success, but he hasn't been bad at double 10 as well.
Scutt to throw first. Game on.
As far as their head-to-head
58.
stats go, when it comes to them playing each other, it was an easy win for Marsh on Monday. Still a win for Marsh on Tuesday, but not as
80.
easy, as he won by 4 legs to 2 on Tuesday. One better than Monday, where he won 4 legs to 1. But then it was reversed yesterday, as Nathan got revenge for one of those with a 4-1 victory of his own.
60.
Like I said, Nathan Girvin was a slightly different player yesterday. He was really embracing the tight nature of yesterday's group, which
59.
I have to admit was one of the most pleasurable groups that I've commentated on over a course of a day. 3 players on 6 points, 3 players on 4 points. It was so even. And Jared Cole will have been very, very pleased that he got all of the legwork done on Monday and Tuesday to win the group.
$100.
No matter what happens on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, you get your slate cleaned on Thursday morning and you can start from scratch with fresh hope.
87.
So you're on an even footing coming into this match. And the only people above you are the people who have won before you in the first 2 matches, Ian Lee Cox and Connor Scutt.
52.
We will get more of Connor in match 4 as he takes on the warrior Wes Newton. Just really good measured darts there from Scutt Marsh. That's what he gives you. He gives you the occasional blistering performance, but
58.
most of all, he gives you consistency.
Scutt, you require 56.
He will average between 85 and 92 most of the time. And he will leave tops a lot.
Game shot.
And if he keeps hitting it just like that,
Scutt Marsh.
he might have the nickname Marshy, but then if he starts being as accurate as he has shown on tops in this game so far, I'm going to start calling him Sir Tops a lot.
Throw first. Game on. $100.
The last thing Nathan needs in this group is a bad start. You are maybe afforded a little bit of a bad start in Group A, where you've got 3 days to work with. But Group C, that you're seeing right here, and Group B that you will see from 10 p.m. tonight, they are truncated groups, where they will only have 2 days to work with.
97.
So it's 10 games per player in this group. 5 today, 5 tomorrow. As far as Group B is concerned, 4 games tonight, 4 games tomorrow. So every loss is magnified.
100.
There are 6 places up for grabs for Saturday's finals.
140.
Jared Cole already there. 2 places from this group. 3 places from Group B. And that's why we made such a hoo-ha yesterday of the last match between Beveridge and Richie Burnett. Because the winner of that game got through to
60.
Group B tonight.
Nathan, you require
There are more places up for
164.
grabs in Group B than Group C. That makes this group just a little bit more difficult.
45.
That's a bad last start, and he acknowledges that with his body language. Marsh can still get on a 2-darter here, but no longer.
81.
Does find
Nathan,
the
you
last start
require
60, which
119.
will make Nathan look over his shoulder. He needs 60 in tops. And again, he's in that small one.
39. Scutt, you require 120.
6 darts that he won't be proud of. But if he can find the 80, given the opportunity, he won't look back. But Scott Marsh, what did I say in the last leg?
80.
He does love tops, but boy, that was close.
Nathan, you require 80.
Now, things have changed here. It's the bullseye.
55.
Everything just got a little bit squidgy and a little bit more awkward over the last
Scott,
9
you
darts for
require
Nathan
40.
Girvin. To only get 1 shot at the bull from his position of 9 darts ago, he will be livid about it. Double 5.
Game
And
shot
that
on
is
the
a really
fourth
big
leg.
hit. And
Scott
sometimes when a player like Scott Marsh puts in a performance like this and takes a 3-1 lead, and that last start on double 5, that's going to hurt Nathan.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
If you'd have asked me this morning who I thought was going to win this group by lunchtime tomorrow,
45.
I would have said Scott Marsh. Because his win percentage has come down from 65% to around about 58.5% this week.
57.
Yes, that is a decline in form. But I still look at the way he's performed this week. And I think he could indeed get into the top 2 spots. I think he might just steal the top spot as well.
140.
Judging by what I've seen from Lee Cox this morning and Connor Scutt, and of course the possibilities with Nathan
60.
and with Beveridge and Newton, there's going to be a bit of a melee for those 2 spots. It will be a fascinating group for the rest of today's action and tomorrow's 15 games, which will commence at 9:30. Thank you for joining
60.
us on the Online Darts YouTube channel this morning, or indeed if you are watching internationally, wherever you are and whatever time it is. Thank you for tuning
85.
in. We really do appreciate your company. Not the only way to watch, of course. You can watch via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker. And if you are choosing to have a little flutter on one of the games today and their outcomes,
140.
please gamble responsibly, over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. Superb stuff from
99.
Girvin, who
Scott, you require
recognises that you have to go
160.
19s first on 299. But I just sense that it's a little bit too late. As Marsh goes for 19 and tops. He doesn't like the lie of the flight because it's right in the way. Superb single. I would never underestimate just how good that single is. But now it's a clean tops.
76.
And when he misses it, he doesn't miss it by much. So
55.
an early blow, it looks like, for Nathan Girvin
Scott,
against
you
Marsh.
require 40.
And providing this goes, he will be 3-1 down against Marsh this week. And that
Game
is the
shot and
case
match.
for Sir Tops a
Scott
lot.
Marsh.
He has got lots more double tops in his future, but that is a typically Scott Marsh performance. 88 average, 40% on the checkouts. Doesn't really need a big checkout at that point in the day. that's just a really good footing for him to start on as he goes into his second match a little bit later on. We're going to see the second matches of the players in the next three. Connor Scutt and Wes Newton will start things off. Welcome back to match 4 of the Online Darts Live League and Group C for today. I was just having a little bit of a chuckle to myself at Connor Scutt's profile picture on that little slide there. I really hope he looks at the dartboard instead of the camera in delivering his darts in this match, because earlier on today he was very useful. Newton with a little bit less hair these days. He's massaging his inner Van Girvin, whereas Connor Scutt really does look like a mini Luke Humphries. And there's nothing wrong with that, considering the prowess of the UK Open runner-up from this year in Humphries. And Wes knows all about being a runner-up in a UK Open. He did that 10 years ago.
100.
This one's going to be fairly swift from the evidence that we got in Connor's first match. And we know that Wes is no slouch when it comes to pace. But Connor starts with a maximum. An early warning sign to the Warrior. The man who holds 8 PDC
60.
senior titles. First one won back in 2009.
100.
Won in Scotland, in the great suburb of Glasgow called Girvin. We used to play it in the Magnum Centre
140.
back in those days. And that was where Wes picked up his first senior PDC crown. And he went on to win
60.
in 2009, 2010, 2012 and 2013.
140. Connie record 161.
Good response here from Wes. And Scutt should go for 25 and bull here and gets the small 2. That's a bad miss. So Newton has carved out a really good opportunity here if he can find 3 and double 4 for an early confidence boost.
No
he's
score.
bust the lot.
Connie record 119.
Fine margins in darts. Is Scutt about to break his heart on double 13?
93.
Great attempt.
Wes requires 61.
Back to square one for Wes. Different scenario.
Game's
Different
on the first
result.
leg.
As he gets
Wes
his first
Newton.
leg of the day. He suffered a 4-0 defeat to Lee Cox in match 1. So that is his first double hit. And he can now kick on from here.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
You may may ask me, how much experience have I got of Wes Newton? I've got plenty. We have shared finals.
125.
We have shared major moments.
$59.
And he is solely responsible for some of the heartache in my career. I'm not going to let him get away with it. I actually haven't had a chance to speak to Wes today. I wanted to give him all of his space this morning to get ready for the first game. That's just me not trying to impose myself on a player that's trying to prepare for a tournament date. I'll catch up with him a little bit later, hopefully. Well, we shared our first final back in 2011 in Crawley.
59.
In March of that year, he defeated me by 6 legs to 4. I won on the Saturday and he won on the Sunday, so we both got a victory that weekend, which was rather nice.
60.
The picture that we had taken after that final is one that I genuinely treasure. And it was printed in a Darts magazine back then, of which I still have a mint copy in plastic. It's something that I have got in my memorabilia collection. And it is a Darts magazine. It is no longer in print.
97.
So it's a bit of a collector's item.
137.
Surely not 2 double tops.
89.
Didn't have to go that route, of course, with Wes on 240. But he has a lot of issues down at double 16 already today, has Connor Scutt. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for 8 and tops here. But he's going to persist on double 16.
40.
He's going to have to figure that out. Because at some point today, it's going to bite him. Nicely from Wes after 6 visits.
8.
Double 2. Oh, that's a really good find in the end.
Connor Scutt.
Right at the finishing line, he finds a really tight double 2 in the top right corner. And he is level at 1-1 after 2.
Delegates Wes to throw first. Game on.
He was in serious jeopardy of being 2-0 down there. And Wes was hoping at the back of the room that he was going to miss
85.
that 5th dart at a double in that second leg. Further wins in the career of Newton.
92.
Players' Championship in Wigan in 2010. Another one in Barnsley. In Players' Championship 34. And then he won the next day as well.
140.
In Players' Championship 35. So he is a player who has won back-to-back.
100.
But that Players' Championship victory against myself in 2011, miraculously, was his last Players' Championship success. I've just looked that up and I have checked a couple of sources. I am flabbergasted by that.
99.
He did win a couple of other events, but they were UK Open qualifiers after that. In 2012 in Crawley and in Birmingham. But his last PDC success
133.
came in 2013 against yours truly again in Sindelfingen in Germany for his sole European Tour title.
85. Where's your requirement?
And there
58.
are stories attached to that one as well. Double top after a somewhat shaky single.
53.
And again on the outer ring for the second time in this match. He finds a wrong segment. 60 ball. Oh, very nearly.
Where's your required?
Wes Newton was watching on thinking, surely not. Double 2 for Wes this time. Can he find the top right corner?
1.
The answer is not the same as it was for Connor in leg 2. As he goes for double 8.
20.
Well, he's found the wrong segment this time. Same blocker. Through the posts it has to be. Or from the left-hand side, has to glide this over the top. That is a special dart from Wes Newton.
Wes Newton.
They are very, very hard to deliver from that side of the hockey, and probably from about 8 feet instead of 7'9" 1/4 inches.
Well, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Really is scrapping in this match as Wes, averaging 77. 7 misses at a double so far. A couple of them outside the requisite segment. And going for double 4, he's hit 13.
96.
And going for double 10, he's hit a 15. So maybe he just needs a couple of games to get a bit more lubricated in the old machinery department.
140.
Just showing a slightly tight arm so far. But that action of Newton, I assure you, in his career has never changed. So mechanically, he looks perfect. Maybe he's just lacking a little bit of confidence.
60.
I have to be honest, I'm not really sure about this dart shirt from Wes. It's a bit out there.
140.
Almost has the same markings of a cow with a cold.
96. Where's your require? 125.
60 tops.
85.
That's creative. Tops leaves tops. Bit of Jose de Souza behaviour there. And Scutt does not get a shot at a double or the bullseye
70.
on 86.
Where's your require?
That is a
40.
mistake. So Newton has got a chance here that he needs to take.
Game
Superbly done from the man from Fleetwood, who takes a 3-1 lead and now has many opportunities potentially to get his first win of the week.
Fifth leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
Just looking into what Wes has been doing the last few
80.
years. He did, of course, make a Lakeside debut 3 years ago. Played in the BDO for a while after losing his tour card. Did the same as Andy Hamilton.
60.
And he did something that a lot of PDC stalwarts from the last 15 to 20 years have not done.
140.
Which is go back to the BDO and then represent his country. So that was something he could tick off his list and say that
95.
he did in his life. Which I'm sure he is very, very proud of.
$100.
He's doing everything right in this match.
81.
Connor has let this one slip. Vital misses at double. And a few mistakes here and there. And Wes has timed his shots very well.
59.
And taken full advantage of having the darts in this fourth match of the day.
58. Where's your require?
6 darts from here.
22.
And a 3-1 lead is a cushy position. He's got 6 darts, so he doesn't need to go 18s. And he recognises that.
86.
And he fixes it really, really well. He thought about plan B, and it was executed very well indeed. So for his first win of the week and of this group, to join Scutt, Marsh and Cox on 2 points, he needs double 9. In she goes for a 4-1 victory. And that gets some of the damage back from his first loss of the day, which of course was by 4 legs to 0. So the leg difference has almost been cancelled out. 84 is an improvement on what he did a little bit earlier on from a result perspective. But his average goes down and he wins. When it was 89, he lost. That's darts for you, folks. There's lots more to come. Match number 5 is Lee Cox coming back onto the hockey. He's up against Nathan Girvin of Scotland. 4 matches in for today's Group C action. The group started this morning, and we are starting to see that this is quite an even group. Will that continue to be the case as Nathan Girvin looks for his first win of the day against Lee Cox? Apparently I'm going to stay on camera and talk a little bit longer, so that's fine with me. 2 points today so far for Lee Cox as he won by 4-0 in the first match. Nathan Girvin lost his first game against Scott Marsh by 4-1. Scutt got 2 points against Darren Beveridge, of course, in a 4-3 game. That's the only one that's gone the distance so
first
far.
I get Nathan to throw
Wes
first.
Newton won by 4-1 just now against Scutt. We're hoping to have pictures for you in the next few seconds. I believe the game has begun, so hopefully we'll have some visual for you in just 1 second. We do apologise that the picture has not transferred as of yet, but we have 4 players on 2 points in the Group C table so far. And with Girvin playing in the next match against Lee Cox, if he could possibly get the win over the man from Crawley, then we'd have 5 of the 6 players on 2 points at this point of the day. And with Darren Beveridge playing in the next match against Scott Marsh, we could have that dreamy scenario in a group where all 6 players have 2 points from the first 6 games. We did have that, of course, in a scenario yesterday, and then all of the players had 4 points at one point, and with 3 matches to go, we could only have 3 players on 6 points and 3 players on 4. That actually was the case at the end of the day, with the tightest packed group that we could possibly have. If you could just please bear with us, we are still waiting for our competitors to get going. We apologise that the pictures haven't come through as of yet, but we're not going to start the match until we get some pictures. Hello everyone and welcome back. Apologies for that stuttering start to match 5. I think there was one dart delivered, but because of the complications that were associated with the last few minutes, we are going to restart the match. That first dart will not count, and you will not have to put up with my face for very much longer. So let's go down to the board and start this match between Lee Cox and Nathan Girvin. The one thing I did not mention in that somewhat 90-second spiel that you may have just seen is that if the trend from this morning does continue and Nathan Girvin does win, that means all 5 of the first matches today will have gone with the darts and have been won by the player on the left-hand side of the draw sheet.
It's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
So far, Lee Cox with a 4-0 win over Wes Newton. Scutt 4-3 against Beveridge. Marsh 4-1 against Girvin.
80.
And Newton 4-1 against Scutt. But as far as Lee Cox is concerned, starting with a 92.49 average and 57% on doubles, I'd say that's a fairly handy start. He's not noted as a brilliant starter. He's someone who tends to play a little bit better further on in the schedule from the times that I've seen him play it. So it could be his day. More evidence that Lee Cox is sharp coming into play today, the former London County captain.
96.
I am a big fan of this shirt that Lee Cox wears. It's not the kind of dart shirt that I would go and wear, but it reminds me of my favourite sporting team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. It looks like one of their heritage tops.
81.
I think that reminds me of the Steelers is good. Lee Cox is not going to steal this first leg of the contest with a 161.
Nathan, you require 104.
Nathan could bank it if he finds 44 more. Double 16.
72.
He was hitting those shots in the middle and the later part of yesterday. Double 12. Very good from Lee Cox. A 5th consecutive leg win for today after drumming Wes Newton 4 legs to 0. And he picks off the 81 and 2 after the single 20 with ease.
Game on.
He looks as good as I've seen him. And I've commentated on a few matches for Lee in 2021.
140.
He has impressed me with that compact throw and that effortless action. But today, he's providing sharpness and a clinical nature on the outer ring.
100.
It's fascinating looking at the Challenge Tour Order of Merit because we do have 6 players who are involved in that Order of Merit right now.
57.
Nathan Girvin is 11th on £1,000 in that Order of Merit, and there is more Challenge Tour action next week.
85.
But as far as Lee Cox is concerned, he's down at 45th in the Order of Merit, so he doesn't really harbour any ambitions of topping that Order of Merit unless in the next events he picks up a win, which would be £2,000 and indeed 2,000 points.
44.
I wouldn't put it past him. But the Challenge Tour itself has plenty of carrots at the end of the string. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the next leg because Lee's going for 132 first, and it's still possible. Still possible. Bullseye.
107.
He wasn't far away.
Nathan, you require 144.
Another one of those. That wasn't far away. You fancy the way that Lee Cox is hitting doubles today, that this is going to be found. Double 4.
Game shot on the second leg.
Borderline predictable
Lee
darts
Cox.
from Lee Cox. He's looking very good in the first 5 visits of every leg that he plays. And he's been hovering at a very high standard all day long.
Nathan to throw first.
Nathan Girvin really has been
100.
trending in the right direction this week. But people have been going after him today and taking advantage of every mistake he makes.
100.
First, Scott Marsh drills him 4 legs to 1. And Lee Cox takes a very quick 2-0 lead against him. They're trying to batter his confidence early.
43.
It seems to be working. Yes, more Challenge Tour action next week
45.
for some of our online Darts Live League combatants. The order of merit is currently led by Jim Williams, our Phase 3 champion. Closely followed by Adam Smith-Neil, 400 pounds behind Jim. Sean McDonald and Darren Beveridge, some of our regulars, are in 3rd and 4th spot. And Jamie Clark and Jim McEwen, another couple of Scottish players, are in close pursuit of the top 4. But there are big things afoot for the person who can top that order of merit in the UK. And if they can, they'll be on tour for the next 2 years and indeed have a spot at the World Championship.
96. Nathan, you require 83.
74 remain. That leaves double 16.
51.
That's the second time he's missed with 1 dart down there.
You require 123.
Will he be made to pay? Not this time. That was just a little bit too much to ask of Lee Cox this time. This is tricky. Look where he's throwing from. He's making sure his foot is behind the mark.
60.
And it's not accurate enough. And
Lee
Cox
26.
has got double 13.
Game shot on the
Doesn't
third
matter
leg.
whether he got the counting wrong or not,
Cox.
because he left a double and he has found it with no trouble whatsoever. So it is 3-0 to Lee Cox, and he still hasn't lost a leg today.
4th leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
If this was being played in front of a crowd, they'd be shouting, easy, easy. But I assure
100.
you, it's not easy. You wonder if he's just getting confidence from his favourite football team, Chelsea. You can see on his left sleeve that Chelsea is imprinted on that left sleeve. A club that
59.
have had lots of success in recent times, including the most recent Champions League.
140.
I wonder how he feels about the recent signing of Romelu Lukaku, who cost them almost 100 million quid.
60.
Well, they had a very comfortable win against Arsenal the other day, which I'm sure made Lee feel very good. That's better from Nathan Girvin. He has had shots at a double in this match. Indeed, he has had 5 of them.
85.
None with success.
You require 60, 84.
Should go down towards the 16s now and gets the treble.
68.
A 6th miss at double in the match. But he is guaranteed a visit again.
45. Nathan, you require
A
60.
white flag visit there from Lee Cox.
Game shot
As
on the
Nathan
4th
Girvin
leg.
does take his first leg of this
Girvin.
contest, but he's going to have to get a move on if he doesn't want to have his second 4-1 defeat of the day, as Lee Cox will come in now to try and close the deal.
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Good standard in this game, I have to say it. 95 average from Nathan Girvin, 3-1 down. 86 for Lee Cox. But that average did plummet somewhat with the lack of scoring in leg 4.
100.
It is one of those games where the averages are lying to us. double statistics aren't, though. 14% for Nathan.
57.
60% for Lee. 3 shots hit from 5. That is very, very tidy. And when you look at his first performance, where he had 57%,
140.
he is seeing those doubles like they're the size of China right now.
$95.
A little bit of a change of flight here from Lee this week. Structurally, it looks
60.
the same, but he's gone for a slightly different colour palette. That's the beautiful thing about darts equipment
55.
these days. There's so much choice. Back when I was Nathan's age, if you wanted darts equipment, you have to go down to the local sports shop. And we used to have a little sports shop in my hometown of Blythe called McGurk and Sons. And they had a couple of racks of equipment, and there wasn't a lot of choice.
98. Lee require 143.
One of the hardest finishes on the board is not going to be taken by Lee right here.
97.
But he has left it
Nathan,
very handy.
require 100.
And if I were you, Nathan, I'd get rid of this. 2 up top. Oh, look at the lie.
80.
He will be devastated with that third dart because there was so much room to work with. And I think this is going to be game over.
Game
Yeah,
shot
the double's
and the
just too
match.
good
Lee
from
Cox.
Coxey. A beautiful performance again on the outer ring, which is even better than it was against Wes Newton in match 1. You see the confirmation of 67% on his doubles. When he gets chances, he takes chances. And even though his average has come down by a good 4 or 5 points in that match, the doubles made that performance all the better. So that's 5 matches done for the day. We've got 10 to go, and we go into match number 6, and we'll see Scutt Marsh and Darren Beveridge having a 4th game against each other this week. Hello everyone and welcome to match number 6 of the Online Darts Live League Group C action today. Thank you for your company. Paul the Asset Nicholson, your commentator today. That is me. So let's go down to the board to see Scutt Marsh and Darren Beveridge. Plenty of experience of playing each other this week. This is match number 4 between these two of 5 for the week.
Hey, first leg it's Darren to throw
They
first.
will sincerely be hoping that there is a 6th. Because if there is, that means they get through this group and both go through to Saturday night.
60.
There is no such thing in the Online Darts Live League as getting sick of the sight of your opponent.
$60.
But on the other hand, when your opponent is bashing you every time, you might think, do you know what? It's my turn to get a victory.
140.
Scott Marsh has beaten Darren Beveridge all 3 occasions this week. 4-1 on Monday, 4-0 on Tuesday. Very tidy performance that was. And 4-2 it was yesterday for Scott. So he's looking for the 4 different win results in 4 days. And if that's going to be the case, he has to win 4 legs to 3 to get the set.
60.
In poker terms, a set is a 3 of a kind. And Scott already has that by winning 3 games against Darren. So far today in this table, we have perfection from Lee Cox, winning his first 2 matches. We'll have a very decent indication of how the form is going in this group
57.
after this match, because everybody will have completed their second match post this game. And if Beveridge wins, that means we'll have Lee Cox at the top of the table and 4 players on 2 points, with only Nathan Girvin failing to register a win. But if Scott Marsh does get a 4th victory over Darren, then it's Beveridge and Girvin at the bottom on 0 points, and Scotland failing to get 76. Out of the blocks so far today. Plenty of time to go. As Scott goes downstairs for the single 16 and only just gets it for tops.
56.
He was almost on double
Darren
12 if he'd hit the 32 segment. 126 for Darren Beveridge. Apologies for the loss of our graphic.
41. Scott, you require 20.
So many times this week he's been left on double 10.
Game
and has taken it without any hesitation all week long. It's not just about getting the dart in there first time. It's just about getting the points with the visit. And that is something he's been really good at this week.
To throw first. Game on.
Maybe it's one of the reasons why his averages are so consistent.
41.
Because when he has one visit with, say, 40 points or 20 points, he doesn't seem to miss 3 darts at a double very often.
49.
There is maybe another level to find with consistency for Scott. But in this arena, he does have the best win percentage of all 6 players in this group. And that even includes Connor Scutt, who's only played 2 games, because his win percentage is 50%. He's won 1 and lost 1.
140.
But over the course of 66 games, he has won 39 of them. That's pretty consistent stuff. And if you're practicing at home and recording your statistics
60.
like a lot of people do these days, try playing 66 games and averaging 86. It's not as easy as these guys make it look. They put in a lot of hard work before every session and indeed away from these arenas. The sacrifice that these players give is something that isn't talked about enough. It's time away from kids,
43.
family, partners. In some cases, their occupations. That's why a lot of good dart players these days have their own businesses. Just look at the likes of Adrian Gray, who doesn't live too far away from Scott Marsh, just a few further miles down into East Sussex. He has his own carpet fitting business and he can program his own schedule because he's the boss.
42. Darren, you require 110.
Treble 18 leaves double 18.
92.
He will come back for double 9 or an assortment of other shots because Marsh is north of a finish here. Not his best scoring effort in this leg.
$125. Darren, you require 18.
He's going to go straight for it. And here comes the other stuff that I thought might come.
10.
He could really be hurt here
Scutt,
if Marsh finds this 91. Marsh was nowhere to be seen. And he's going the 16 bull route. Beveridge watches on and hopes he misses the bull.
46.
Miss he does.
Darren, you require 8.
Closer than before.
Game show on the second leg.
To find a breaker
Darren
throw
Beveridge.
somehow in 20 darts. That was his leg all day long. But he had to dodge a bullseye from a soft tip expert in Scutt Marsh. So that was close
Darren
calling.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Scutt Marsh is a funny one when it comes to PDC action. We saw him in a European Tour event in Riesa last year. It was great to see him on the big stage playing in steel tip action, but he's very well known in soft tip circles. But he's only picked up £100 in Challenge Tour action this year. He's a lot better than that. But if you look at some of the other players in the same region as him,
20.
as Darren gets 2 darts on the floor, that was very unfortunate. I think those 2 darts he's retrieved from the carpet and going to get a stiff talking to in a second. But he's got lots of good company around him on only £100 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, Scutt Marsh. The likes of Sean Fisher, who we've seen here. Jason Askew, who holds the Live League average record of 118.
100.
Adrian Gray, like I mentioned. Greg Ritchie, one of Darren's best pals. And, of course, Scott Baker. Probably the fastest player that has played here this year.
60.
So there are some great players out there who are not doing bits on the secondary tour, who have done their fair share of winning when they come to this studio. It's a nice number, 220, because you know you can leave tops if you find a maximum.
100.
That'll do. Puts him in charge against the throw once again. I'd go 18s here. He's going to have to eventually.
58. Scutt, you require 120.
Just a bit scrappy, this one. With Scutt Marsh averaging 80. And he finds the 60 from the angle for tops.
100.
And after 80
Darren,
scored, he misses the double
64.
and gives Darren an outside chance on 164, which is still possible. He's had his biggest finish of his
Scutt,
online Darts Live League
20.
career this week, Darren Beveridge, of 160. That was hit very early on Monday. Double 10 still. The angle isn't kind.
Oh, sorry.
He gives it a smile. I'm not sure how much of this he can see. Oh, that's superb. Really good use of the left-hand side of that flight. And what did I say about having 3 darts in hand at a double? He proves me right once again. And it is a third break of throw in this match.
Throw first. Game on.
There's one thing we've learned this week. It's that when you see a smile that lights up a room, like that one from Scutt just now, value it. We're really going to miss the big smile of Kyle Anderson, who we sadly lost a couple of days ago.
81.
And we're going to miss Andy Fordham as well, who we lost recently. 2 very big personalities in the game. So every dart that is thrown by our players today, cherish what they do. They're all putting their reputations on the line for success.
55.
This is not an easy tournament to play in. you have to have a very good level of darts fitness to play 5 games a day.
100.
And in their case, 5 games a day, 5 days in a row. And potentially, they'll need some energy left for a 6th. Well, you would only have to win 4 in a row if you want to get yourself
100
to the top of the tree for the week. But of course, the main goal is to get into Champions Week, which starts on September 13th.
60.
And the final of Champions Week will be on September 18th. That's where a prize of £7,000 is up for grabs on that Saturday night. And so far we have 3 competitors already qualified for Champions Week
60
via what happened on Saturday night on Sporty Stuff TV. Rob Owen took the title in the early hours of Sunday over Nick Fulwell, and Rob Collins found his way
60
to Champions Week also via the 3rd place playoff against Jamie Kelling. We have seen a good
59.
standard of play today. Good high 80s averages, low 90s from some, and some excellent doubling, especially from Lee Cox. But this one is maybe showing a sign,
100.
a bit of tiredness from these 2 players
Scott,
who have
you
played the last 3
require
days.
127.
He's only 2 darts away from a 3-1 lead. But he misses the 57, which would have given him a shot at the bullseye.
55. Darren, you require 100.
Only 2 darts required for this. But he's not able to find something to give him a shot at a double. This is where Marsh
Scott,
can
you
pounce.
require 72.
His throw has been under threat again. But can he hold as he gets the first part? Double 9.
54.
He misses what Wes Newton hit to win his first game of the
Darren,
day.
you require 40.
Is it another break of throw?
20.
There's your answer. Signs of frustration from Darren.
Scott, you
Who
require
fails to win the leg
18.
in 7 visits. It would be an unbelievable hold in 8 visits if Marsh finds double 9.
Game
And he
shot on the
does,
4th
yet
leg.
again, with 3 darts
Scott
in hand. Does not miss at a single double. 3-1 up, not playing his best, but getting the job done.
5th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
One of the biggest
100.
complexities that is not really talked about enough when it comes to round-robin play, especially in this arena, is that you're having to get used to something that you don't do in tournament play,
139.
which is playing again repeatedly after defeat. Defeat hurts, no matter where it is.
100.
So Beveridge losing his first game of the day against Connor Scutt has got to suck that up, take it on the chin, and then come back and play again. It probably feels a lot easier and a lot more natural for Scott Marsh to be playing in this game after winning his first game.
44.
I can attest to the fact that after playing in the Live League in 2020, it's difficult to summon up the confidence
91.
to win when you've lost maybe 1 or 2 games to start your day. If you get a good start, there is every likelihood that you're going to have a good day overall.
60.
This one's just very flat. And they're going to need a second wind if they're going to cause trouble for the fresher players in Scutt, in Cox, and in Newton, who is going to feel a lot better about his chances after beating the debutant Scutt by 4 legs to 1 in match 4.
94. Darren, you require
Does get to a finish.
70.
But Beveridge has a great chance of holding his own throw here. On a different double this time.
38.
And he just comes up short.
Scutt, you
Seeing
require
signs that maybe the arm is a
164.
bit tired. .88 left.
92. Darren, you require 32.
And if Beveridge slips up again, he might be paying for it as he goes for double six.
Game's on the
He gets
fifth
rid of
leg.
it. It's well done from Darren Beveridge, who is really starting to scrap. He's going to have to do that. And that is something we have seen from some other parties this week. If he's tired, he's going to have to dig very, very deep.
Scutt to throw first. Game on.
This is one of the things I talk about with coaching clients of mine and some young players who ask me questions.
57.
They always ask, how much do you practice? Well, however much you practice, put in 20% more. Because the extra 20% that you put in after a practice session,
55.
it will get you used to playing tired. I have created a saying in the last 24 hours after having a conversation with someone last night. You never win a final in a tournament day fresh.
81.
When you're at a tournament, you will play 5, 6, 7, possibly 8 players in a day. Darren knows all about that.
60.
Because when he was at the Challenge Tour recently and got himself a victory, which was in Challenge Tour 1, he picked up a victory in his 8th game against Martin Thomas. He'd beaten 7 people, then he had to defeat an 8th.
140.
In that 8th match, I can guarantee you he wasn't fresh. He might have been energized by adrenaline, but deep down he was tired. So that's where, in practice sessions, you really have to dig deep and do something constructive whilst a little bit jaded. That advice is free of charge.
.43.
.66 ahead. Scutt apologises for dropping that dart. And Darren has to reset. Does the right thing. He was out of his rhythm there. Just another little lesson that you can learn from these seasoned players. That if you're not comfortable,
100.
you don't have to throw immediately. Take your time. Reset yourself and start again. That's perfect. So is that.
Yes.
And on the fly, he asks the referee, is that 120?
Darren, you're 146.
He was very glad to hear that it was. Because he now has 3 darts at tops. And you've heard it before.
58.
3 darts at a double.
Scutt, you require 40.
1 visit required to get 4 points from his first 2 games. And that's what he does once again. He proves me right. And he proves himself right when it comes to having 3 darts in hand for a double. He doesn't make errors in that department. His doubles percentage of 30% is half decent. It's down on what he's done in the league so far, but his average was down, but it didn't matter. He took advantage of a lackluster performance from Darren, who has to find something else a little bit later in the day. 2 games are completed for all of our players now, and as they go into the middle part of our session today, it's going to be Wes Newton returning against young Nathan Girvin first. Hello everyone, and match number 7 is about to begin. Nathan Girvin has failed to register a win this morning so far, but he has a third crack of the whip right now as he takes on warrior Wes Newton. Really nice of Wes to just pop his head around the corner and say hi just now. That's really lifted my spirits and what's been a very, very difficult week, unfortunately, with the loss of our friend Kyle Anderson. But we are a family in darts, and we really do look after each other. And even if we haven't seen each other for quite some time, which is the case for myself and Wes, just saying hello and seeing if anybody's all right, it really can make all the difference. But right now it's down to business, as Newton looks to double his tally over the young guns today. He's already taken Connor Scutt to the cleaners. Can he do the same against the young Scott from Arbroath? Two games completed for all players now, so they have an idea of what they will have to do with their final 8 games, because they have 10 games in this group, 5 today and 5 tomorrow. At the top of the table, we have Lee Cox on 4 points. Leg difference of +7 because he's only lost 1 leg today. Scott Marsh scrapes his way to 4 points after that win against Darren Beveridge, but you can see the two Scotsmen at the foot of the table without a win so far for Thursday. That's exactly where the first start needs to be for Wes. And look what happens when he gets it right.
180.
Anybody would think that I know his game pretty well. I've seen it at close quarters enough.
80.
Big shout out to G.G. Mathers, of course, the Australian tour card holder, who has been helping us out with the production this week, doing a bit of spotting. Great to have G.G. here. He has been a fabulous addition to the team, who, when he's around, promotes a lot of positivity, and he is just a brilliant bloke to have here at the Online Darts Live League. So welcome, GG. Thanks for all your hard work.
60.
I think everybody's really enjoyed the Live League this week. It's been a welcome distraction from the rigours of real life.
96. Where's your require? 100.
We hope you're enjoying the coverage with us. Wes Newton is enjoying this leg so far. He's doing a lot of good things.
99.
He will have gone up against a few young players over the years with some aspirations of greatness. This is just another one. Is it 12 or 20? It is double 16 on the end.
30.
And he gives Nathan one opportunity
87.
to take this break of throw. Double 9. And the opportunity is taken by Nathan Girvin. He showed a lot of promise on his finishing on Wednesday, doing things like that. So an early break, and he has got his tail up.
Second leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Didn't do a great deal wrong there, Newton. Missed one dart at double. And in comes the whippersnapper to take it away from him.
59.
We can talk all we like about the fact that Nathan is only 18 years of age.
85.
He's only gaining experience at this part of his life without a tour card so far, but lots of promise at secondary level in the PDC and indeed at development level.
60.
But Wes Newton is only 43. At the age of 43, Gary Anderson was only getting started. He had done things before that, of course.
180.
But in his early 40s, he really did start to motor on, as did a certain Peter Wright.
92.
And we have seen resurgent form from others when they've had a bit of a break from the limelight. So who's to say that Newton isn't going to return? I would never back against him.
98.
He's got 6
Wes
darts from 141.
141.
And if he's not going to take this check out, just leave it very small. Does a great job. He does exactly what he had to do if he did not take the 141 out. That is very, very good from Wes.
83. Wes, you require 32.
Just don't miss this time. He can use that one.
Game
And he
shot
does so
second
perfectly.
leg.
That little
Wes
nudge
Newton.
on that first dart. You might have thought initially that that was a blocker. Well, he throws from the right-hand side of the hockey. He could see plenty of that 32 segment.
Third leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
One of the struggles that Newton had when his form started to dip was that
86.
he was with a certain darts manufacturer for a very long time, and he was using pretty much the same kit year in, year out. And the flight shape that he was noted for using was a copyrighted shape by that company. Now, he could have continued to use that shape if he chose, but he felt like it was time to go to a slightly larger flight.
95.
And I believe that that was a critical point in his career why he didn't really recover from that.
60.
We have seen the same sort of issues with Adrian Lewis when he went from a very sharp standard flight, which was quite a little smaller in shape, and he struggled until
80.
a little bit recently where he's really started to find some form. For the players that don't like to change their kit very much, when
60.
they're almost forced to change, it's very, very difficult for them to grab form with other pieces of equipment. Not everybody is like Peter Wright or Simon Whitlock, who change their equipment almost daily.
100.
So far today, there's been a lot to admire about Wesley Newton. Even in defeat, and a 4-0 defeat to Lee Cox in match 1, he didn't play poorly. He has gradually improved, in my opinion, from match 1 to match 2, and is getting better here. Averaging 97 against the young Scott. And he's under pressure to get this tops.
You require 40.
Tens. It is. The wire is clipped.
Game
and the
shot
tens is hit. That is a really good dart from Wes Newton, who takes the lead at 2-1. And he's just starting to walk a little bit faster and with a bit more bounce now. The confidence is growing.
Fourth leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
I talked a little bit about Wes's last
59.
PDC title. And I've mentioned on many occasions in commentary just how much we've shared together. We've shared a couple of finals, one in a Players' Championship. We've shared one in a European Tour final. And his last Players' Championship win was against me in 2011 in Crawley.
96.
But the last win for me was a day where he did not attend a Players' Championship in Barnsley, because he was at the birth of his son Fraser.
121.
So there is narrative on all of our wins with each other. It's almost like we've shared time in our careers. And one day when I write a book about my life and my career, there's going to be a lot about Wes Newton in it. I actually remember the day I won that Players' Championship in Barnsley, beating Steve Brown in the final.
41.
I knew that Fraser was born that day, and I actually dedicated it to Fraser. And the way that Wes thanked me for that was to break my heart in TV matches for the next 3 years. So thanks, Wes. I don't look back at those experiences with anger anymore. I didn't back then, really.
65. Nathan, you require 121.
Darts is an individual sport. Someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. We don't do draws most of the time. unless you're in the Premier League, which Wes has done, of course.
100.
Now it's the
Nathan,
turn of Girvin, who could equalise at 2-2 here. And he gets the treble 12 for double 16.
Game shot the
And he doesn't miss. That's
Nathan
a beautiful
Girvin.
17 darter. Now, of course, there are options on 68, but we have seen a lot over the last couple of days that when he leaves that number, that's his chosen
Fifth
route.
leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
Newton's average is a good 4 better than
60.
that of Nathan Girvin. But he's been reeled in with good doubling, as Nathan Girvin's percentage is up at 67%.
140.
Newton down at 33. Girvin's had half the amount of chances, but has converted with more clinicism.
92. 45.
This one seems to have slowed down just a little bit. And someone needs to grab this game by the scruff of the neck.
95.
That gets him a dart in front.
$96. 140.
Better 6 darts from Wes. And Nathan has been shown the way to the finishing zone by the man from very near Blackpool.
100.
Just up
Wes
the road.
114.
Similar finishes, but that doesn't help a 114. Surely going to 20s now.
54.
He leaves a small 2 darter, but with Girvin on 120, who was excellent at finishing yesterday, he'll have his sights on this one.
100.
He lays up for double 10.
Wes, you require 60.
And asks the question of the warrior. Tens with 1 dart. And he gets it with 1 this time, whereas last time, when he was down in that corner, he did need the second chance. Luckily for him this time, he does get it with 1, and he's 3-2 up.
Sixth leg, it's Connor. Nathan to throw first. Sorry.
For a second there, I think our referee called Nathan Girvin Connor.
83.
I know a lot of these young players look alike. Big shout out to all of the referees that have helped us here at the Online Darts Live League this year. If you're doing a full shift in a week, it's 105 games. It's not easy. 180's aren't easy, but he's had lots of them this week. In fact, I do believe Nathan's had more than anybody else. The referees that we've seen, we've had Paul Starr, of course, has given us a hand. Paul, indeed, is one of our directors. Multi-talented guy from Bristol. Darren Roderick came in for a bit of time last week. And, of course, our stalwarts, since we were allowed to have referees, Charlie Costafine. And
55.
we've had
Nathan, you require 98.
Nick Rolls as well has joined. It's great to see Nick here. But Owen Binks is in charge this week and doing a great job.
$96. Nathan, you require 40.
Don't leave Newton on 170. Double 5.
35.
And he does give him 1 chance to win the match on the maximum checkout.
Wes, you require
His biggest checkout of this year here is 137. Not far off.
45.
Doesn't really put a big
Nathan,
dent in
you
it.
require 5.
These are the kind of shots that nobody practices.
One.
Pushes the wire. And Newton is probably thinking, why could I only find 45 last time? He pulls the dart to the left. And 16 leaves 109, which cannot be completed in 2 darts.
93.
He needs more mistakes from
Nathan,
Girvin.
you require 4.
One dart left.
2.
And the mistakes come. So Newton is getting fortunate.
Wes, you require 32.
For a second win of the day, he's straight into double 16 without hesitation.
No score.
And he misses 3. They
Nathan,
were for
you
the
require
match.
2.
This is to keep the match going.
No score.
He's unable to find it. Superb finishing yesterday, but a game that he'd rather forget right now,
32.
as he has missed so many shots. The head droops for Nathan Girvin, and the chin goes up for the Warrior, who somehow wins that last leg. It's a case of getting the wins. Averages don't win your matches. As you can see, an 84 is respectable, and 33% on the doubles is again respectable for Wes Newton, but there is so much more to find. But he has got the ability to do that with 2 wins in the bank from 3 games played. Moving forward, Scott Marsh and Connor Scutt are about to play the middle match of the day, Game 8, just about to begin. Scott Marsh could be the first person to get to 6 points in this table, which is Group C, of course. Group B will start tonight at 10 p.m. But we're in the middle match of Group C for Thursday, so let's get cracking with it. 2 wins from 2 from Scott Marsh so far, and he could well be the first person to 6 points. Like I say,
Okay,
he could have company if that is the case, because Lee Cox will play Darren Beveridge next.
140.
But this could be tricky against Connor Scutt, who has already shown today in spells that he is a very tricky customer to negotiate. I get the feeling that Connor is very happy playing a fast-paced game. So he's going to have to get used to a slightly slower pace against Scutt here.
$95.
It's a setup that Connor has that is very individual. It is a Simon Whitlock dart. It has that definitive scallop about 3/4 on the way up towards the stem. The tapered nose towards the point.
57.
It's a very unusual shape. But unlike Whitlock, he uses the shorter stem and the kite-shaped moulded flight.
134.
He's what I like to categorise as someone who pushes the dart through the air. He doesn't throw it. Scutt throws the dart and propels it. Whereas when you see Connor throw,
92.
he pushes it.
Connor require 132.
And he does it very well.
60.
Just keep looking at that animation on the back of Connor's shirt. Almost like it looks like something from a video game.
$99.
Nice leave of a
Connor
finish from
requires
266. But Scutt is already in the finishing zone and much better off as he goes for tops.
Game shot on
And
the
he hits
first
tops.
Connor Scutt.
If I was going to give him some advice, and I've mentioned this already today, stop leaving double 16 and keep leaving tops, because every time he's up there, he keeps hitting it.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
He's had so much trouble down in double 16 and double 8. He's missed it bucketfuls of times. But when he's hitting tops with very few darts at it,
140.
surely he recognises that tops is a friend and double 16 needs some work. He is a superbly straight player.
180.
And he's very good to watch. This is my first chance watching Connor, and I'm impressed. I got a very quick chance to meet him this morning, and immediately he exudes confidence.
140.
He doesn't play on the development tour anymore because he's too old. He's age 25 now. And that is a good age to kick on. Indeed, that was the age where Chris Dobie really started to get himself on the radar in senior darts. And we know what he's done over the last 4 or 5 years. Indeed, getting his first senior PDC title in 2021.
60.
The same sort of honour could be in the future of Connor. But the first goal, I'm sure, is to impress here. Impress in the secondary tour. And then get on the tour and then kick on from there.
61.
We're not going to see this 161. But if we do see the 41 from Connor, which has been left after 9, very impressive
41.
scoring leg, we're going to see him double his lead. Double 16.
Oh,
and he finds it this time. Maybe he has been working on certain things in the practice room and is recognising that double 16 has needed a bit of work. He's 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
The one thing about those darts that he uses with that tapered nose to the point is that the way he throws them with the upright angle, he can really get them close together. It's the other side of the coin for Scott Marsh, who was looking to, with those slightly more bulbous barrels, and the same shape flight, I might add, trying to get them to stack on top of each other. It's not very often.
100.
And it just goes to show how much darts I watch these days. It's not very often that you see two players using kite-shaped flights in the same match. In fact, I don't even remember the last time I saw it. There aren't that many players that use kite-shaped flights. Marsh, Scutt, Glenn Durrant sometimes, Johnny Clayton. Mark Walsh was probably the best advocate for the kite-shaped flight. I tried them for a little bit of time, but they just didn't give me the consistency I craved. But this isn't consistent from Scott. It's just brilliant and really well thought out. He leaves 167 for the second time in the match. And he's averaging 104.
60. Scott, you require 167.
If you're querying as to how many points you're going to need to get through this group.
60.
I'd say if you get to 16, you're going to be safe. If in doubt, just get all 20. Which has been done before. Kevin Burness has won
20.
Wow, how has that stayed up and dangled like that?
Scott, you require 107.
I'm not going to forget about that for a while. I think the dart was actually hanging from the stem. Yeah, Kevin Burness has had 20 points from a Group C before.
87.
And the possibility of 20 points still
Connor,
is there for Scott Marsh, providing he wins this match.
$98.
3 darts at double 10.
Scott, you require 20.
So you know what follows.
Game shot.
There you have it. He just doesn't let you down.
Scott Marsh.
Really good, efficient doubling from Scott Marsh, who halves the deficit to 2-1. But he's going to have to stay on that really good scoring form if he's going to cause more problems for Connor.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Great standard of match here. 3 legs in. 96 average for Connor. 98 for Scott.
$41.
I'm sure there's a lot of analysts and commentators out there who would love me to say that it's Scott versus Scutt. It's a very unusual surname, actually. I don't think I've ever met anybody called Scutt before. It's probably got some medieval heritage. I'll have to do a little bit of digging into it.
$100.
Marsh has probably got something to do with land, marshland.
100.
Sort of boggy heathland that you get in certain parts of England. A lot of surnames that you see these days are to do with medieval professions, of course.
100.
Someone who was called Cooper, of course, will have heritage in barrel making.
$58.
That's a history lesson over for the day. And back to the darts. Scott Marsh, who picked up 12 points for his effort in Group A, has now got 16 for the week. He'll be hoping that he's playing on Saturday night in the finals and will have played 6 straight days.
50.
But the one thing we're seeing from Connor Scutt after he took a 2-0 lead is a regression in his scoring form. And it is something that Scott Marsh will need to expose.
$60.
Here's the pace of the game starting to wear down Connor. That's a better first start. He can use that one. Oh, that's superb.
170,
What a recovery from Connor Scutt.
Scott, you require 140.
And that's exactly what Scott did not want to hear from referee Owen Binks. Has he got enough room in that 60 for a bedfellow? Well, he went for the left portion, which was open. And he just pulled it about half a centimetre.
65 left.
He really did fancy that check out.
100. Connor, you require 60.
Could be a break here.
Game shot.
That's a big dart because Connor Scutt has broken Scott Marsh and taken a 3-1 lead. And that now means that in leg 5, he has the opportunity to serve it out for the very first time.
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on. .58.
I spend a lot of time talking about darts. These are long sessions. And I know I do ad-lib now and again. I talk about the oddities of the game. I like to go into why certain decisions are made by dart players. I'd be curious as to why did Connor Scutt fancy a green collar and green sleeves on that shirt?
99.
Just a bit of an odd choice for me. You can see the shirt of Scott Marsh is predominantly black and blue with a bit of white trim. Pretty standard fare. But that shade of green with that body of a shirt is a bit different. And maybe that's the point. Just to be a little bit different from everybody else. And that I applaud.
60.
There have been some shockers of dart shirts over the years. I'm not going to lie. I was never a big fan of Andy Hamilton's shirt in his semi-final at the World Championship against Simon Whitlock. The blue and mustard shirt. I never liked that one.
140.
He had some great shirts in his time, did Andy Hamilton, but that one, I really wasn't a fan of it.
60.
These days, I really like some of the shirts coming out of Japan. Some of the shirtage that comes from the soft tip that you see from the likes of Mikuru Suzuki and some of the other Japanese ladies, and of course the guys down in the Philippines.
121.
They know how to wear a dart shirt, one that is a little bit different and out there. I'm a big fan of the stuff from the Far East.
94.
And wouldn't it be great to have some players from over there playing here? We can dream. And Marsh is dreaming of a break of throw here. He doesn't get a shot at the bullseye, and Scutt has got a chance to win it. That was just a little bit greedy on Scott's part.
43. Connor, you require 100.
Two straight darts, one of them in the 60 will give him a shot at the bullseye. Doesn't get one.
60.
He does get 3 singles.
Scott, you require 40.
So it's going to be 3-2 in a second. And Connor has had his chance of serving it out. But for the first time today, he has let us down with 3 darts in hand.
Connor, you require 70.
To get his second win of the day to join Scott Marsh on 4 points. He hits double 16. And he's put right what he was doing wrong a little bit earlier on in missing too many shots at double 16 and double 8. He has defeated Scott Marsh, and that is his first defeat of Thursday. You see, the averages are very similar, but the ultimate thing was the doubles, wasn't it? 67% for Connor, and that is something for him to build on. He wins the middle match of the day. Lee Cox will now take on Darren Beveridge in match number 9. Could be a really interesting one with Lee Cox trying to get to the top of the table on his own on 6 points. Before the last game began, we had 2 undefeated players coming into that middle match. One of the undefeated players is now defeated, thanks to Connor Scutt. The other one is about to play against Darren Beveridge, and that is Lee Cox, going for 3 undefeated matches so far today. Very similar age to that of Scott Marsh is Lee Cox. And there you see career best London County captain. It's got a lovely ring to that, hasn't it? To captain your county is a very, very big honour to be bestowed upon him.
To throw first.
Lives in the town of Crawley now, which isn't too far from Gatwick Airport.
$55.
That is indeed the same town of great referee George Noble. Just a mindless little fact there for you. I made a couple of jokes at Lee's expense this year when commentating on him.
140.
All in good jest, of course, because I really like the guy. I said at one point, he looks like someone from The Only Way is Essex. That's because of his hair. Because there's not one hair out of place. Look at it. It's absolutely perfect. He's given it the proper Gordon Gecko today. Slicked back. Completely perfect. And that's exactly what he's done on the dartboard today as well. He's not just won, he's won heavily. 4-0 against Wes Newton in match 1. Then it was 4-1 against Nathan Girvin.
95.
And now he's up against Girvin's fellow countryman in Darren Beveridge. And he has got himself a little lead here.
100.
Has been extinguished by Darren, who needs to put in a performance, you feel, just to feel better about his efforts today. Because he has so far come up with nothing.
43. Darren, you require 144.
Good adjustment.
96.
That's a solid approach.
You require 142.
Lee Cox is in trouble here of possibly losing only his 2nd leg of the day.
90. Darren, you require 48.
But these shots are not gimmies. Double 16. And he's gone
30.
next door into double 7 and offered Lee Cox a bit of an olive branch. He goes for the tops option. That's a fine option taken as well. Even when he doesn't have his best leg, he gets 2 opportunities at a double. And so far today on the outer ring, he has been an absolute master.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
57% in his first game. And then 67% in the game after that.
100.
Don't give Lee Cox chances.
100.
Some of these games today are fairly rapid. You notice that Darren delivers all 3 of his darts in no time at all.
140.
And by the time he gets to the back of the room and turns around and settles, Lee's already delivered 2 of them.
85.
There's a really good rhythm about the way these 2 play each other.
$26.
Good first 6 darts for Darren, but unfortunately, visit number 3 is one he'd like to forget.
85.
He's now got a little bit of company in the mid-200 range.
$85.
Ice Cold Beveridge really does have ambitions of getting that top spot in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He's in striking distance at number 4.
83.
He genuinely believes that he can catch Jim Williams at number 1. And I wouldn't bet against him.
45.
If you're winning 2 Challenge Tour events in different years, you can play. But But so far today, Lee Cox seems to be getting
100.
all the
Darren, you
opportunities.
require 105.
He's taking most of them. Darren, don't give him a chance.
66.
But that one came out of his hand, and he has no idea what happened.
Lee require 48.
Same sort of scenario. 2 darts at a double,
Game
and he
shot
doesn't
on
miss.
second leg. Lee Cox.
Just wonderful on the doubles, and it's getting better. 2 shots to get leg 1, 1 shot to get leg 2. You can't get any better than that, and it's 2-0 to Lee Cox.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
When you're in a round-robin format day and you are constantly
60.
picking off legs like that, getting 2-0 leads, winning matches by distances, your confidence is absolutely swelling.
43.
You don't think you're going to lose from these positions. You don't even consider the fact. You're just wondering, okay, what result am I going to win by? Especially when you're putting in maximums too. As it stands in the table, we have 2 players on 0 points. Beveridge and Girvin. The other 4 players are all on 4 points. It's a tightly packed group.
85.
But if Lee Cox does win this match, he is, without a shadow of a doubt, the strongest player today. The points would reflect
60.
it, as would the leg difference. And the individual performances and the stats attached also tell a story. This is excellent from Cox.
136. $58. Lee
You just don't think he's going to
40.
miss.
Game
And he
shot on the
doesn't for a
third leg.
13 darter. The average
Lee
goes up a
Cox.
little bit. There's still room for improvement because earlier in the match, he stole a leg in something like 8 visits.
Fourth
But
leg,
this
Darren
time,
to throw
it's
first.
13 darts and it's only
Game
4. And a bit. Nothing is going Darren's way.
80.
He had a dart slip out of his hand on tops. He's had a collision with a flight there. It's found its way to the floor. Right now, he's going to be brimming
60.
with a little bit of anger and frustration. Only averaging 73 to Lee's 88, which is, from an exact point of view, even 17 darters. So the first 3 legs were delivered in 51 darts. Earlier in the day, when he was 3-0 up
85.
against Wes Newton, he wasn't playing himself, of course. The first 3 legs were 50 darts. That just goes to show the consistency that Lee is showing today.
58. $60.
Beveridge has got a position here. He's got the start, and he's got a lead of over 60.
59.
He leaves the finish, and Lee will hope he's going to get in the zone himself. He's in the zone, all right.
140. Darren, you require 100.
And you'd rather have 156 than 170. But you'd rather have 170 first. That was not far away.
134. Lee require 156.
This is under threat. It's under threat no longer. As
100.
Beveridge has got
Darren, you
to
require
take this.
36.
He knows he does.
$18.
And failing to do so
Lee
could
require
be
56.
the judge about to put the gavel down. And
36.
for the first time in this match, Lee Cox fails
Darren, you
on the outer ring.
require 18.
Beveridge comes back for double 9. And he can't get there.
Lee, you require 20.
This is going to butcher Beveridge's leg difference if double 5 goes. And it does.
Game shot
A
and the
second
match.
4-0 of
Lee
the day.
Cox.
Something to take on the chin for Darren Beveridge. but boy does Lee Cox like that result. 83.5 is below par for him, but boy oh boy, his points tally has gone up to 6 and his leg difference has gone hugely upwards. So congratulations to Lee. Darren Beveridge has got a lot of work to do in this Group C table. We will take a short break before we have a battle of two young stars. Indeed it is Nathan Girvin against Connor Scutt. Coming next. Three matches completed for all of our players today. And it is Nathan Girvin against Connor Scutt coming next. Interesting times for Connor as he has won 2 of the 3 matches he's played today. Nathan Girvin needs to get cracking though if he's going to have a chance in Group C. There you have the table, and Scotland is having a bad day. Beveridge without a win in 3. Same goes for Nathan. And if they're going to get through this group in one of the top 2 spots...
Okay, first leg it's Nathan to throw first.
They're going to have to win a lot from here.
Game on. 67.
Speaking of Scotland, there is a certain World Cup coming up
100.
in the PDC. And last year, Peter Wright and Gary Anderson chose not to play
60.
in the World Cup and defend their title. I wonder who's going to play for Scotland this year.
135.
Just imagine if Gary does turn up and plays with an informed world number 2. It would make things a lot harder for Wales, who are going to go in my opinion, as huge favourites.
96.
This one is going to be quite swift by the looks of it.
58. Connie
When you look at young dart players, pretty much all of them are quick. You could say they're all a little bit impatient to get the legs won, but let's face it, this is what I like to call the Michael van Gerwen effect.
134. Connie requires
Double
36.
18.
18.
And Girvin
Nathan,
gets a
you
shot at the
require
82.
82.
17 for tops. 17 looks good.
62.
Tops dives into the single.
Connor, you require.
And Connor
80.
has a chance yet again to break the throw.
Game
Ooh, it's just in there. When he threw that, he was holding his breath, believe me, because the second dart was way away. It wasn't a guide, but the third just clung on to the 18 segment.
It's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes our referee's got to peg Connor back.
95.
He really is quick. I'm not sure he's as quick as Scott Baker, though, who, for me, is the fastest player we've had here.
100.
But can you imagine a game between Connor and Scott Baker? Yeah, that would be rather fast.
$59.
Been a good day on debut for Connor. Been impressed with him. 4 points, 2 wins from 3. Suffering a 4-1 defeat to Wes Newton, where he had a bit of a troublesome time on the doubles, only scoring 1 hit from 9. But a leg difference of even 98. So far. And that puts him in 4th position currently. But that may change.
100.
If he gets the win in this match by whatever margin, he will be promoted to 2nd spot with 4 players having a game in hand on him. But he seems to have the measure of Nathan Girvin so far, as he's struggling to deliver his darts with real punctuation.
105.
That's better.
Connie, you require 110.
Options. Good option.
92.
Yet again, he's on double 9.
You require 96.
Nathan wouldn't mind a shot at double 9, because that would mean he's hit the 60 in the single 18. 2 double 19s.
58.
Oh, he gave it every chance. It didn't nestle in the green.
Require 80.
Just under that first 38 shot. Deja vu.
Second leg.
2 legs.
Corner Scutt.
2 third dart double 9s. And he is halfway to a victory here. Keep leaving double 9 as long as you got 3 darts, Connor.
That gets Nathan to throw first. Game on.
It doesn't make for very good reading, actually. 2-0 up. You will feel good about that, but only 2 hits from 10.
60.
But who cares about what's happened before as long as you can get the job done? You win these groups and get through these
39.
groups with points, not stats. And if he's playing on Saturday night, he won't care.
59.
I don't say this lightly, but I think this lad's got potential.
100.
I know that Nathan Girvin has. I've been watching him for years, ever since he played against Justin Van ter Gouw at the Lakeside
100.
as a school kid. He has definitely got a future. But Connor Scutt, who was 7 years his senior,
100.
looks a little bit more experienced, a little bit more ready for the big time.
100.
But even with Connor's skills as they stand, there are levels to find. There are things to admire about his action.
92.
He stands still. He doesn't seem to walk on his third dart, which is my biggest gripe with fast players.
95. Connie, you require 170.
And he has a lot of confidence. Bullseye.
Game
Oh, it's
on the
beautiful.
Connor
Biggest finish
Scutt.
possible. He takes out 2 double 9s with a third dart, and then he ups the ante for a 170, and that's the second one of the week. Scott Marsh took one in the very first leg of Monday, and we've just had it from Connor Scutt for a 3-0 lead against Girvin here.
134.
That'll do wonders for your confidence.
140.
Nathan Girvin's predicament in Group C is pretty dire. Because if he loses 4-0,
60.
his leg difference is going to be -12 after 4 games. With no points.
100.
This is where you're tested with your adrenaline, because I don't care
82.
who you are. You get an adrenaline spike when that 170 goes in. And then you've got to manage how you're feeling after that. There is still a job to do.
97.
Good thinking from Nathan Girvin. He's hoping for something small from Connor here.
55.
I love that play. That guarantees the finish. He has got a darting brain on him, this lad from Surrey.
89.
And if he gets another one, I might have to drop this microphone CM Punk style.
81.
It's a
Nathan,
big chunk on the floor. And that's only 6. Which leaves 69. He's somewhat fortunate to have a single bull combination left. It is the bull.
50.
And he can't find the same spot as Connor did just one leg ago.
89.
For the match then.
$57.
Well, that's interesting. Using the 25 to leave 32. That was a bit risky. The double 8 has been good to Nathan Girvin over the last couple of days, and it stops him from being donutted in somewhat darting speak. We talk about the bagel a lot, but that could have been a donut if it wasn't for that double 8 from Nathan Girvin.
To throw first. Game on. $96.
Can he get himself off the floor and find the win from 3-0 down?
50.
Nobody will be giving legs away. You have to get through that finishing line on your own. And already in this 5th leg, Girvin has got himself an advantage. And in this best of 7 format, even when you go 3-0 up, you are nowhere near safe. Should be the bull.
160.
The 25 would have left him on 170.
$100.
That's a big advantage here.
$85.
Now, if Connor's going to worry Nathan's position, he might need a maximum. But he's starting to lose the line a little bit. We've seen a couple of treble 5s starting to creep in.
108.
A small 5 there. He's got to arrest the slide of the line of the dart.
52.
And Nathan has afforded 6 darts from his position. And it's a somewhat simple
60. Nathan, you're
big single
56.
double combination here to get within 1 all of a sudden.
36.
3rd leg in a row he's had a crack at a 170. It's almost like he fancies getting 2 of them. But this time he lays up perfectly. Don't miss Nathan, and he doesn't. 3-2 now, and he is on the charge. He's making sure that his opponent is not getting a match start, and that is how you beat people, no matter from what position.
6th leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
What looked like 4-0 is now hard work for Connor Scutt.
180.
Who puts in a big drive, and he is down the fairway at 321.
$100.
Trying to set up Nathan Girvin for the big finish. Oh, I was holding my breath. I know you guys were watching on YouTube and indeed via your favourite bookmaker streaming services. We were thinking a 170 and a 9 darter in the same match? Nah, not yet. That's Michael van Gerwen behaviour, that. But he has got down to 117 after 9. That's a much tidier effort on the scoring. And he has got so much time on his side to get this job done. 17 for tops to finish with a 12 darter.
97.
It's a rare occasion that he's missed tops today.
58. Connor, you require 20.
He's had one match start. He needs another, a double 4. And match start number 4 hits double 4 for a 4-2 victory. And Connor Scutt goes to second position in the table. Here is the highlight of the match. Wallop, just like that. Wasn't that very, very good? Highlight of the day, indeed. Not just the game. 81.78 for Girvin isn't good enough, as we see a tidy 86 and change average from Connor Scutt, who on his checkouts was a little bit dicey at the start, but boy, did it get better after that. So he goes to second in the table. Wes Newton is now taking on Darren Beveridge, and they are at very, very different poles when it comes to the darting globe of Group C. Two very different motives coming into this game right now. We have completed 2/3 of our action. 10 matches down and 5 to go. And we're going to start the final third of our action with Wes Newton against Darren Beveridge. No points so far for the Scots. Still another opportunity for Darren to get off the mark here. And if he doesn't in his penultimate match of the day, then his chances of coming through this group are hanging by the finest of threads. But Wes Newton on 4 points in 4th position can join the race at the top with another win. And if he does find those 2 points, he is very much in the mix.
97.
Just looking at Wes's statistics for his form in this arena this year.
66.
It didn't make for great reading coming into today, and I feared that maybe Wes wasn't one of the favourites to come through this group. He has now won 15 games here at the Online Darts Live League after playing 46 matches, so his win percentage is drastically down on what you would expect from Wes Newton.
58.
His best average that he has delivered so far wasn't today. It was a little while ago, averaging 99.45. He has a high finish of 137. But a running average of 83 coming into today, that is something that needed to change.
62.
And for me, it's something that has changed a little bit in the right direction. 89 in his first game, even though he lost 4-0. 84 in a 4-1 win.
Darren, you require 144.
And then 84 against Nathan Girvin in another win. So he is up in the ante just a little bit.
88. Wes, you require 141.
I've seen one of these from Wes. For 9 darters. He is one of those rare cats that have got a 9 darter at the World Match Play. Double top for Darren Beveridge.
36.
One's too high, one's too low. He's really struggling for confidence today. Newton in for the steal on double 15.
44.
That
Darren,
will irk him. Double 10. Now double 5.
Game showing
and
the
that
first
will give Ice Cold a
Darren
little bit of
Beveridge.
relief from what has been happening today. He's really been put to the sword by some of his opponents. But that one is just falling over the line. He just needs to get some energy from somewhere.
First. Game on. $60.
Where's not the first or indeed the only Newton to have played in a World Championship. His brother Dale has played as well. Very fair to say, though, that Wes is a better player than his brother. I don't think that's up for debate, considering what Wes has done in his career. But you don't see many brothers who have played in World Championships. The West brothers is, of course, another example. And don't forget about the fact that a brother and sister combination have played in World Championships, admittedly. One in Women's World Championship and the other in a PDC World Championship.
100.
But the example that I'm giving you, they have both played in a PDC World Championship as brother and sister. I'll give you 5 seconds to figure that out.
180.
But I'm sure you already know that it's the Headmans. Al and, of course, the great Dieter.
$140.
Talk about scoring improvement. Beveridge is on a double after 10.
Game
and he takes it in 12. That's a marked improvement on what we saw, not just in the first leg of this contest, but what we've seen from Darren Beveridge all day long. So maybe that's the catalyst for him.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
I love it when we talk about siblings playing at World Championships and different events. What about fathers and sons? One of the best ones is
42.
James Hubbard and his dad Vic. They've played in World Championships almost 30 years apart.
60.
These are the kind of things that we talk about when we go to live events and we
92.
chatter backstage, particularly Chris Mason and I, who will be a commentator for next week. He'll be back in the hot seat from Monday morning.
98.
I implore Chris Mason at some point to bring his cat, because he could commentate, and when the camera comes to him in between legs,
140.
he could sit here like a Bond baddie with his cat on his lap, just stroking away, saying, "Oh, very good, Mr. Newton."
60.
Just an idea, miss. You don't have to do it. It's not a dare.
45.
Having said that, with the lack of hair that Wes is showing these days, he's looking a bit more like
100.
Mr. Blofeld from the Bond movies. But he's not a baddie. He's one of the goodies. He's looking for a goodie here. And this is a very goodie.
130. Darren, you require 100.
Beveridge is getting opportunities here. Double 10.
80.
What a chance that was for
Wes, you
3-0.
require 52.
What a chance missed. Double top.
Game
And
shot
Newton
in the
does a
third
very,
leg.
very good job
Wes
there.
Newton.
He has every right to blow his cheeks out and believe that he should be 3-0 down. But now at 2-1, he has every chance of getting back in it.
Fourth leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
Don't be afraid to get in touch on Twitter today if indeed you feel the need. The need for darts.
100.
At Darts Live League on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. And indeed, you can get in touch with me on Twitter via @theasset180.
85. $140.
Great news coming out of the PDC today about
100.
a renewed deal with Butlin's Minehead. So it looks like we are going back to Minehead for UK Opens and Players' Championship finals. Two events that Wes Newton
43.
has indeed done well in the past. Admittedly, at different venues. He made the quarterfinals of the Players'
81.
Championship finals when I won the tournament at the Circus Tavern, which will be hosting the World Seniors event in early February 2022. And
78.
of course, the aforementioned UK Open final at Bolton, the then Reebok Stadium, where he lost out to James Wade.
140. Where's you require 140?
Keep it straight here. If in doubt, just leave tops.
100.
Tops he leaves.
Darren, you require
So
95.
Beveridge, who had a chance at 100 for 3-0, looks at double 19.
60.
He could have won this match 4-0.
Where's you require 40?
And in every likelihood now, it's going to be 2-2.
Game
It
shot
is
on the
2-2.
fourth leg.
This
Wes
is the kind of
Newton.
match that Wes Newton, in his full pomp about 10 years ago, would have ground out by 4-3. That could still happen.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first.
At the back or even the forefront of Beveridge's mind right now, he
60.
knows that he could have and probably should have won this match to 0, which would have given him his first points and erased some of his negative leg difference,
100.
which currently sits at -7. The longer he goes without a win,
42.
the less likely he's going to get himself out of this jam. And I don't think he's going to be playing on Saturday night, the way this table is starting to materialise.
135.
He only has 7 matches left. This one, his next one against Nathan Girvin,
57.
and 5 tomorrow. If he doesn't get to 14 points, I'm not sure he's making Saturday. So I think he's going to have to be perfect from here.
84.
I fancy Lee Cox, Wes O'Connor, Scutt, or even Scott Marsh to get to 16 points.
60.
Unless there is a big shift in the form book. Beveridge is really clutching at straws here.
130.
And Wes Newton is on the cusp of the lead.
134.
Great approach.
Where's you require 52.
But it could and probably is too late. He's
32.
given one chance
Darren, you require
to take this 148 out. He's had a big 160 this week.
43. Where's you
This
require
one is
20.
getting away from Darren Beveridge. Double 5. The
Game's
lead
gone
goes
the
to
fifth
Newton.
leg.
in 18
Wes
darts,
Newton.
and that break of throw now gives him the chance to win by 4 legs to 2. If indeed he does that, Darren Beveridge may need a couple of minutes in a dark corner.
6th leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on. 84.
As a player myself, I can attest to the fact that you don't mind losing good matches when you've played well, and you can honestly say that the person who you're up against plays better than you do. But this is really the epitome of he should have blasted this match.
95.
And it is getting away from him. Fair play to him for sticking in that maximum at the start of this 6th leg. Because if he can grind this out 4-3,
81.
that will teach us about Darren Beveridge and what he's made of.
$78.
Wes is grinding right now. It's not coming massively naturally to him. He's averaging somewhere in the region of 86, the same as Darren.
98.
But he's hitting cover shots, and he's getting 1 treble visits. This is good. But it's only the 1 treble. 2 would have made 104, and that's a lot easier.
90.
Nice approach from Darren to leave 52, but this is for the match. This time it's no trouble.
Darren, you require
and
52.
Beveridge is looking to break in leg 6 to have the opportunity of serving out in leg 7. Got to hit this first.
20.
And he offers the chance to Wes to finish it by 4 legs to 2.
84.
To join Lee Cox and Connor Scutt on 6 points, he needs 19 and the bull. Oh, that's criminal. What happened there?
Darren, you require 32.
Must have been the inside of that wire. Is that dart in the way? Can he find it?
Game
oh, that's a worldy dart.
Darren Beveridge.
Somewhat Ronaldinho-esque or Roberto Carlos-esque around the wall with a swerver to take us to leg 7.
7th and final leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Well, 2 things from that leg. 1, Wes wiring the bullseye for the match. And then Beveridge with that incredible swerver around the blocker. This is where, if you're Wes Newton, you've got a fire in your belly because of that wired bullseye. You can use that. Speaking of fire, fire and ice cold go well together to make a 180. What a perplexing, puzzling, baffling match.
60.
That could have been 4-0 Beveridge. Possibly should have been 4-2 Newton. Could well be 4-3 Beveridge.
98.
And Wes can't leave a finish from 3-4-2. That's the micro mistake he's made in this leg.
123.
He's not far behind if Darren makes one little error.
60.
And that is an error at this point. That really does invite Wes in. Gotta get a treble. 194. Can't use the 25 as a get-out clause.
44.
And can't get to a finish.
Darren, you require 123.
Time on his side. Doesn't have to go bull.
98.
But decides to go for it anyway. Boy, do I know something about going for a bullseye when you don't need to against Wes Newton. I got bitten for doing that.
60.
Is Darren Beveridge
25.
making the right call here in giving himself only 2 at a double? It was the right call. He gets it done by 4 legs to 3. They both could have won it by different margins. A simply incredible game that was. You see the wired bullseye from Wes Newton. That game had an awful lot to watch. It was watchable from the first dart to the very end. But Beveridge ultimately gets the better average, and he gets the checkered percentage that will not really live in his memory, but he does get 2 points for the very first time today. So he is back in to the running, I suppose, if he can keep winning. We have 4 matches left, and of course match 12 is about to start. That will put to an end the 4th match for all of the players, and it's Scutt Marsh up against Lee Cox. Plot thickens when it comes to Group C here in Week 2 of Phase 4. And just as we think Wes Newton is getting to 6 points, the same as Connor Scutt and Lee Cox, who plays in this next match, he stutters at the end, and Beveridge gets his first 2 points. So what can Lee Cox do from here? As you can see, 3 games played by Scutt Marsh and Lee Cox. So this is their game in hand on the rest. But Lee Cox has not been defeated yet today.
Hey, first leg,
and he hasn't really been at risk.
Game on.
He's only lost 1 leg. And that was a little bit earlier on against Nathan Girvin.
100.
Maybe Scutt Marsh can be a stiffer test for him, as he's been picking off legs like it is autumn in an orchard
100.
and the apples are falling into his hand. It is, of course, the time of year where the darts season really starts to gather pace. Not only have you got a lot of online Darts Live League action coming your way in the next few weeks, leading up to Champions Week, which starts on September 13th, live on YouTube via Online Darts, and indeed via Sporty Stuff TV for the evening sessions, and indeed your favoured bookmaker sites and their streaming services. But we have the Budapest event next week, where the PDC will go to Hungary for the very first time
97
for the Hungarian Darts Trophy. The World Series goes to Denmark. The World Cup will be decided
41.
And then the PDC revisits Gibraltar at the end of September in preparation for the next big major in a ranking sense, the World Grand Prix, which will be defended by Gerwin Price of Wales.
83.
Marsh starts the better in leg 1. Got to go 25, Lee. Oh, indeed, hit the 60 anyway. That was very brave.
121.
25 would have left 170, but he went super confident on the 60. We'll see in a second just if that can pay off.
53.
Because hitting that 60 gives him a slightly easier out. 60 for Bull. Lee Cox, what are you up to?
110.
He worried that 135.
Scutt, you requires 68.
Great shot. Same height. Other side of the board. Double 4 has to go north.
No, 8 left. Yeah, 8 left. 64.
Went around the houses a bit and missed a vital shot twice. Double 8, and Lee Cox is looking for a break throw, and he's not missing much today. Great doubling from him. He's been given opportunities, and most of the time, when he's given the chance, he is taking it.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Yesterday was Nathan Girvin's day from a daily perspective. He won Group A's day 3 with 6 points and a running average of 90.63. So far today, Lee Cox is winning this group. Even if he wins this one by a margin, it doesn't really guarantee him the daily table, but it really does put him in the mix for tomorrow, and his confidence will be sky high. His last match of the day is against Connor Scutt. So if he wins that one, he's assured of not only 10 points, but the first place in the table against his closest challenger.
100.
We're going to begin the final matches for all of the players with a Scottish derby between Beveridge and Girvin.
100.
Only 2 points all day for both of them. Whereas between these two, they've gathered 10 points. And that is about to change to 12. But will it be 8 for Lee and 4 for Scott? Or will it be 6 each?
60.
Only a lead of 26 here for Lee after 12 darts. And that's why he's having a bit of a word with himself at the back of the room there.
$100.
This is still a gettable position, but you want to leave yourself on at least 76 here. He's going to stay up top.
95.
And he leaves 86 instead.
Scott, you require 100.
Not the worst position to be in. But Scott could do his chances in this match a lot of good if he can break back straight away. He'll leave tops with 1. Got to fish it off the floor first.
Game
it's double top and it's in. It's really well done. Well thought out from Scott Marsh there, because he could have easily slipped up after losing the dart on the floor. He's allowed to retrieve it, and then it finds the right segment for 1-1.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
The more I look to the right side of my screen and see Scott Marsh's face, the more I see what people keep telling me about him being a Phil Taylor lookalike from when he was younger. It really does look like him from a few years ago. And if you do look back at this, Scott, it is a compliment. Don't worry about that.
$59.
I'm sure Scott was very disappointed not to be in the top 3 of Group A. He actually finished in 4th position with 12 points from a possible 30. That's why his win percentage overall in 2021 has dipped from an excellent 65% down towards 58.5%. But still, 58.5% is still very good.
180.
That is superb. Lee Cox is not playing at the same level that he was a little earlier. Almost waiting for his second wind of the day. Is it about to come, when he has a pop at 132. He's already missed 135 on the bull. And that's good news for Lee Cox. That skewed dart into the single one, which is covering the 60 bed completely. He has to go 19s anyway
40.
and can only leave 164.
They require 132.
Interesting that he didn't want to go 25 first there. He's thrown the
44.
gauntlet down to Scott Marsh on
Scutt, you
164.
require
That's gutsy.
164.
Do you not know that Marsh hit a 170 earlier this week?
$58.
Doesn't come up with a treble, and maybe Lee knew something that we didn't.
88.
Great shot for double 14.
Game shown the
And yet
third
again,
leg.
the finishing is exemplary.
Cox.
It's a break of throw once again. And Lee, if he can somehow manage to hold his throw this time, will find himself in a very familiar position at 3-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game up. $100. Can we change Lee's score to 100? I called 100.
I think Scott's a bit out of his rhythm there. Just taking a few extra seconds to compose himself. It was the right thing to do considering that first dart.
140.
Two players from the southeast of England. We have had players in the live league this year from all over, from where we are allowed to bring players from. We've had
100
players from Scotland, the island of Ireland. We've had a lot of Welsh players and a plethora of players from all over England, from the southwest, the northeast, the northwest, the Midlands, and of course the southeast.
100.
We do really want to bring you some international players here. And when that is possible, believe me, it will happen.
60.
The pace of this game has slowed more to favour Scott Marsh now. And Lee Cox has just got to find constant things to brighten his chances. It's not the same as some of the other games he's played today, where it's natural for him to throw, retrieve, walk back, and then have one deep breath before coming back. With Scott,
121.
he needs to take an extra one. There's a bit more time to negotiate at the back of the exclusion zone.
$41.
That's an in for Lee Cox here. That's a big miss from Scott to only score 41. See the plan. I liked the plan, but he didn't execute it. And the small 7 makes things very tricky if he comes back. How many times have we seen Scott Marsh in this position this week?
40.
Plenty, but this time he can't find it.
Require 94.
This will be a hammer blow to Scott Marsh if Lee can find this. That leaves 82. So from a surface area point of view, treble 14 is the play. Okay, double 11. Wow! Didn't think that was coming. And yes, I am scratching my head at that one. I have no idea why he chose to go 60 for double 11, but he did. And it worked.
Game on.
Did he go to the 60 because that's where he's been aiming most of the game and he just fancied it?
139.
Well, if that's how he felt, fair play, Lee. That was a little bit of genius.
100.
I don't like the phrase, there's more than one way to skin a cat, because that will make Chris Mason very angry. But there's more than one way to hit 94, isn't there?
81.
I love it when a dart player can use their mathematical and tactical intelligence to negotiate a number. Michael Smith, for me, is the best player in professional darts at that. But Lee Cox has just shown us that he's got levels. This is surely a 180.
140.
Just overpitched that one. And he's bossing leg number 5. Is this the first time today that Lee Cox is going to lose 2 legs? Or indeed
26.
go the distance?
Scutt, you require 141.
He can amble towards the line
60.
here with Lee back on 275. But if Lee gets a maximum, things will change. 25, surely the shot.
105.
Leaves the 170 for the match if the 81 is not negotiated.
Scutt, you require 81.
$12 and the bullseye. Single found.
56.
Bullseye not.
Lee require
Does Lee get a shot at the same area of the board? Maybe. Yes, baby. Bullseye.
145.
Wow. What a way that would have been to finish the match. He
Scutt,
has
you
had a
require
170 this
25.
year. And that would have been his second. A feat that Scott Marsh has already achieved. But what he has achieved is something that nobody else has today in taking 2 legs away from Lee Cox. We are going into a 6th leg for the first time with the man from Crawley today.
6th leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Don't know why I said yes, baby.
85.
Maybe I've been watching too many Austin Powers movies recently. Superb game with some excellent finishing and great attempts as well.
57.
Well, this is where Scott Marsh cannot afford to take his foot off the accelerator. Lee Cox
85.
is finding 1 treble visits, and so far, so good. If he's the one forcing his opponent to find 2 treble visits, then surely he's going to be the first one to get a shot at a double in this leg for the match. But back comes Scott Marsh.
140.
It's a typical Scott Marsh performance, really. 87 average, that's what he puts in pretty much all of the time. 33% on his doubles, 2 hits from 6 attempts. But what we're seeing from Lee in this match is what we're seeing all day long. A 90 average, 60% on doubles. But there's a charge coming. The charge has come.
180.
Got to go 25 again. This time he
49.
fails to find it. So 6 darts from 124 to take us the distance.
124.
That's not the treble he wanted. That's the one.
Correct.
And that is another good treble. Leaving him a preferred tops with 3 darts guaranteed.
60.
Not a massive amount of pressure applied.
Scott, you require 40.
And if Scott hits this, he'll have the darts in leg 7. Don't give him a shot at 1, 2, 3.
Game
And he doesn't. That one came from the left-hand side of the hockey. I don't know whether you could just see that. The 3rd dart went in at a slightly different angle. He had to negotiate the hockey on the left-hand side to find enough of the bed.
Leg, it's Scott to throw first.
So the distance we do for the first time today with Lee Cox.
Game on.
Can he maintain his unbeaten run? And in order to maintain that, he has to break the throw of Scott Marsh in leg 7. If indeed he
100.
can't, it's going to be 3 players on 6 points going into the final matches of today's Group C action.
41.
It'll be 6 for Cox, 6 for Marsh, 6 for Scutt, and 4 for Wes Newton. As for the favourite for this group, your guess is as good as mine.
60.
Performance of the day so far would probably have to go to Lee for that 4-0 defeat of Wes Newton in match 1, a 92.5 average. That's his best effort with 57% on doubles. But right now he's having to grind it out, averaging 85. And he's got a bit of a deficit, and that deficit is widening. In a big, big way. 205 away is his opponent now.
100.
That's not enough. And when he comes back to the oche on 315, there is a surefire tactic of trying to get to a finish. He must go 25 and bull first. The 25 followed by 260s leaves 170.
60.
That is the best tactical route with your opponent on a finish. Going 60 first is not the right plan. Now that is a very good recovery. That does get him back in the leg.
Scott, you require 150.
His opponent is not far behind him.
43.
And he only comes up with 43. That is a red flag to Coxey. 140 would be a belter here. Oh, he's a lucky boy! Is he lucky or not? Yes, he is. That should have been a bust. It collides with the dart and falls on the floor.
107.
$50 left to end a brilliant match.
Game
It
shot
really
of the
has been a
match.
brilliant match.
Scott
What a
Marsh.
climax to that 7-leg brilliant game. 107 checkout from Scott Marsh ends the unbeaten streak of Lee Cox, who was very fortunate not to bust his 180 Dirk van Dijvenbode style, but ultimately an 89 average for Scott Marsh, and 36% on the doubles is good enough to usurp Lee Cox, but he still remains at the top of the table. Can he be caught in the last matches by everybody as we go into Darren Beveridge against Girvin in their last match of the day? It's a Scotland derby that will start our final games for all of the players today. So 3 matches do remain in Group C action for Thursday. So without further ado, off we go down to the board to see the Scottish players. Only 2 points between them all day long. And I think that both of these players know that if they stand any chance of getting into the top 2 tomorrow, a win is needed here. If Nathan Girvin comes up dry on Thursday, even 10 points tomorrow will not be enough.
Okay, first leg it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
But if you're Darren Beveridge, who has just come through an 11-leg match, not an 11-leg match, a 7-leg match,
57.
with Wes Newton in match 11, if you can get to 4 points by the end of the day and have a much improved day tomorrow and possibly get 8 points, you still might have a chance. It's fortunate for him that nobody has really dominated
60.
this group today. And that win for Scott Marsh against Lee Cox just now, believe it or not, was very good news for Darren Beveridge. But what would be really bad for him is a defeat to Nathan here.
120.
And it would be his first defeat to Nathan all week. There's been a very repetitive pattern to this fixture on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
41.
4-1 Monday, 4-1 Tuesday, 4-1 on Wednesday. Look, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm thinking it's going to be 4-1 today. It could be. But if you're constantly
85.
defeating
Darren, you require 124.
the same person by the same scoreline every day, you are going to have confidence going into this, no matter what you've done with other people.
44. Nathan, you require 138.
Another 19 to square things up. And now 60 for tops.
98.
That's exactly what he was
Darren,
thinking when he missed the 57.
80.
Another single. Just a little scooch to the left.
40.
And Nathan Girvin is in for
Nathan, you
an
require
immediate
40.
break at the start of the match. Got to go around it to the top.
Game shot on the first leg.
Very similar
Nathan
to a
Girvin.
dart that we saw from Darren Beveridge a little bit earlier in his match with Wes Newton, where he had to scooch it around a blocker in double 8. Nathan Girvin does it on the other side.
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Admittedly, I think the Beveridge dart at double 8 was slightly more difficult because Beveridge's darts are taller.
140.
Had more of a blocker dart to negotiate. And indeed, he could see a lot less of double 8 than Nathan Girvin could see double 10 just then. But in very similar fashion to Group A this week, Girvin, who spent most of his time at the foot of the table, could play with freedom. And now he has that license because all the pressure is on
32.
Lee Cox, Wes Newton, Scutt and Scott Marsh. And indeed, the pressure's on Beveridge to get the 4 points from his day.
60.
So Nathan can just go up there, play, do his thing. And if he gets the win, he's going to do so at the expense of opponents who really do need the points.
$60.
If Nathan has one little fault in his action, which I'd say is evolving year on year, is that he does get a bit languid and a little bit spaghetti-like on his third dart. Just needs to keep his rigidity with his stance and his follow-through instead of walking after that third dart. But from a talent perspective, he is very, very exciting. He's nowhere near the finished product.
60. Nathan, you require 81.
But it's an excellent blueprint to start with. He's going to go for double 13 here.
68.
It's an aggressive try.
Darren, you require 170.
No chance of a second 170 of the day.
98.
The
Nathan,
first one coming
13.
from Connor Scutt, of course, who had plenty of opportunities for them.
7.
And now Nathan's at the basement of the board and double 3.
Darren, you require
Might not even get a look at it. Because double 12 is coming in. And he misses double 6 as well, so they're both on the ashdown.
You require 6.
I think they can both see the funny side of it, but nobody likes double 3. Got to be aggressive.
No score.
And he was getting more defence in each dart as it came.
Darren, you require 6.
He's not looking at 2 double 2. But he's got to be aggressive this time. He's getting closer.
3.
I think we're starting to see why these 2 are at the foot of the table. 5th attempt at double 3. That's in. And it is 2-0. Nathan Girvin has got little adrenaline left coming into this match, but he's going to have to use this 2-0 lead if he wants to come up with some points today.
To throw first.
Well, let me just remind you that this isn't the only action from the Online Darts Live League today.
81.
We have our Group B action commencing tonight, and that is from 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. tonight, and indeed internationally via YouTube with the Online Darts YouTube channel. Your 5 players for Group B: Paul Hogan, Scott Williams, Justin Smith, Mike Warburton
50.
And Richie Burnett. So 3 Welsh players and 2 English. It could indeed be 3 Welsh players going through to the final on Saturday. 3 places up for grabs. And 3 feisty Welsh players up against the 2 Englishmen in Hogan and Williams. Could be a very fast and very feisty group. As Nathan Girvin halves his score, and Beveridge is in real trouble here of only picking up 2 points for the day, which
96.
is not going to be good enough.
140.
Look on the bright side for Nathan already. He's got more legs in this match against Darren than he's done all week.
100.
And he's looking very likely of getting a 3rd. Boy, is this a frustrating game.
139.
Averaging around about 70,
40.
and then he comes up with that, which may be too late.
Game
it is indeed. And he could be on the end of a donut here, Darren Beveridge, as Nathan Girvin, without proving how good he is still 3-0 up.
4 flag, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
You don't expect to be averaging 77 and being 3-0 up against anybody here. But all you can do is take the chances that come your way.
60.
The chances that you create for yourself. Look how good that was.
180.
Darren has been showing us how good he can be at points today.
80.
But his consistency has not been there this week. He would admit that. It's very difficult
60.
to play 20 matches in 4 days. He does indeed have another 5 to come tomorrow.
95.
And the whole point of this week is to try and play 24. If indeed you're not going to win Group A,
37.
you do want to play 24 matches. That will be 2 on Saturday night in the group stages.
41.
And then, of course, the semi-final and final
124.
in the early hours of Sunday. Is this going to be the first leg of the match for Darren? It's not.
92.
But he gets the next best thing.
75. Darren, you require
To make
32.
sure that he's not going to be bageled.
Game shot on the
He
full
hits.
flag.
He was
Darren
bageled
Beveridge.
earlier on against Lee Cox. It's not going to happen against his countryman in Nathan Girvin, but he's still got a hell of a deficit to wipe out if he wants to get 4
Fifth leg,
points for the
it's
day.
Darren to throw first. Game on. $123.
Darren will sense that Girvin is not playing well, even though he's in a better position. So he's there for the taking if he can just stay positive.
45.
When Darren first came here, he travelled with pals Jamie Clark
100.
and Greg Ritchie. They had a very good stint at a Group B, and they made the finals.
58.
Did Greg and Darren for 2 consecutive weeks. But since that first phase, I think it is fair to say that Darren has not played his best.
60.
Even though he has won on the Challenge Tour in recent times, he has not played his best
57.
in here. I still don't underestimate his talent, though.
134.
And if he can get out of this jam, that will tell us something else about him.
100. Darren, you require
Girvin just
84.
cannot seem to live with the Beveridge scoring all of a sudden. 79 left. I like the treble 13 play here. And that leaves 73. 2 darts that he doesn't like.
30.
And that's all right. It's a position he can use. It wasn't a great visit, but he can forget about it now and move on.
97. Darren, you require 54.
That's a better single. Tops now.
Game
And
shot
he's
on
in.
the fifth leg.
He does not make a
Darren
mistake in leg
Beveridge.
5, so he is now within sight of Nathan Girvin, who took the 3-0 lead. And I just get the feeling that the momentum has shifted here.
Sixth flag, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
If Nathan's going to win this match, he's going to have to power through
100.
somehow. His average hasn't changed. In fact, it's gone down by 2 points. From 77 at 3-0 to 70, well, it's just jumped up to 76.
140.
But Darren's average has gone up from 70 to 83.
57.
That's a mark of how well he's played the last couple of legs. And he really is
100.
starting to find some consistency at the end here. He will feel so much better about his day if he walks away with 4 points. That follow through of Nathan Girvin sometimes
122.
is accentuated, Jockey Wilson style, by a late release. Back to the 20s, surely.
74.
And it's a wide. Girvin should be in here, and is. Wonderfully done. And he maxes.
180.
For only the second time in the match.
Yeah, no, that is right. No, that is correct. He's just got
180 from
180
222
short.
does leave 42. Apologies for the glitch in the score graphic there, as Darren Beveridge sees the funny side of things. Well, this is not funny. If you want to try and get 2 more points.
91.
He leaves 96
Nathan, you
if Nathan
require
stutters,
42.
but this is for the match. Double 16 to get his first win of the day. Oh, and he's bust the lot. That is not the first time that's happened today for him. But boy, that was close to double 8.
Darren, you require 96.
Double-double, surely. And back comes Nathan Girvin for the shot
Nathan, you require
that he's just bust. Back to double 16 for match start number 3.
10.
And number 4, YS2.
Darren, you require
just when
40.
you think the match is over. Beveridge is in for tops.
And
he can't find it.
Nathan, you require
4
32.
match starts in. 3rd visit to finish it.
Game
and match
shot
start
the
6
match.
is what he needs
Nathan
to get his
Girvan.
first win of the day. And indeed his first win against Darren Beveridge all week long. Not particularly great stats from both players, but the recovery from Darren Beveridge, I think, needs a tip of the cap because he was down and out at 3-0 and he did provide some resistance. So if he can focus on that tomorrow, he'll get himself a little bit further up in the table. But I think both players know for a fact that they're not going to qualify from this group. Lee Cox and Connor Scutt have got a great chance of qualifying, and they will finish up their campaign for Thursday against each other. Match number 14 of Thursday's Group C action, and it is a battle of the beards now, as Lee Cox goes up against Connor Scutt, and these two are at the top of the table. So without further ado, let's go down there and see what they've got for their final match of the day. There you see Lee at the top of the table on leg difference, and quite a difference it is. 7 legs difference between himself and Scutt and Marsh. So how is dinner going to taste after this one? I do get the feeling, after watching a little bit of Connor chatting to some of the staff today, that he's quite a loquacious kind of guy. He looks like he's enjoying life today, and so he should. Because if he can pick up a win here and inflict the second defeat of the day on Lee Cox, he could go into Friday atop the table.
First. Game on.
That will depend on what Scott Marsh does against Wes Newton in match 15, of course. But Lee is looking to recover after losing to Scott in match 12. As far as debuts go, this has been a very good day for Connor. Started with a 4-3 win over Darren Beveridge. That will have settled him down and done him a lot of good.
96.
He then lost out to Wes Newton by 4 legs to 1. Doubled his points tally with a win over Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 2 in match 8. And another 4-2 against Nathan Girvin in match 10. So it has been a very decent day indeed.
140.
But this could be his stiffest challenge.
95.
He doesn't really have an excuse when it comes to how he feels. In batsman's terms, he is very much in.
105.
Nice leave after 12. The ideal start from the man who has the darts in this match in late.
134. Lee required 20.
This one's not going to take long.
Game
Especially if we get 13 darters like that. Lee Cox is recovering very quickly from that 7-leg defeat to Scott Marsh. He's in for a 13 darter to start for 1-0.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on. $134.
I always admire someone who uses their covers often. It's all well and good being good in that treble 20.
123.
But there are going to be days when you don't hit it with as much regularity as you would like.
96.
So you have to use the 19s, the 18s and the 17s. I'll be fascinated to see what Connor does from 271, because this is a number that a lot of people like the 19s to start. He is a part of the new school. 25 now.
101.
Leaves 170, and that's not the first time he's left that today. If you don't know why he went 19s first on 271, you need to watch a bit more darts at the minute. We're learning about a new school of counting.
They require 170.
And Connor Scutt is very much at the forefront of that.
96. Lee require 146.
For a 2-0 lead. He's not going to get it right here.
60.
He has to rely on a miss
Connor, you require
from the Surrey
74.
thrower. A miss that might not be coming.
58.
But what a chance for Lee Cox here.
86.
Make sure of the 18. He does.
Game
Oh, and it's a bullseye right in the middle.
Lee Cox.
Maybe not the centre hole, but it was landlocked. It was nowhere near the coast, and it's 2-0 to Lee Cox, who was looking for his third bagel win of the day.
Game on.
If he could find a big win against Connor here, it will be seriously bad news for the rest of the field, because his leg difference is already better at plus 10.
140.
Just a really good performance from Lee today. I've been very, very impressed with his composure. His level of play has been really consistent without being blistering. He's had some blistering moments, but there are levels to be found. And I don't want to talk too early about this performance here, because this is one of the best he's ever put in here so far. He hasn't missed a double yet.
57.
He's got his opponent in all sorts of trouble. 60 or a 48. He fancies the 60. There's enough of it open.
38.
He cascades into the 1. That's the worst start he's thrown so far in this match. Just to ask the question, that's the first maximum of the match. 16. Leaves the bull again. He leaves himself on double 18. But it should be a break of throw now.
24.
Superb leave from 204. And a nice find for 15 darts and a break of throw for Connor Scutt. What a classic match this is turning out to be. How deep are we going to go into the 7 possible legs that we've got for it? We're 3 in.
4 leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
We've seen another Connor, who was fairly young, play in the Online Darts Live League this year. Remember Conor Hennigan of Ireland? He really did turn heads. And this Connor is turning more heads.
100.
Even at 2-0 down,
91.
he didn't fancy that he was going to lose. And I like that about a player.
93.
There are so many players who have been Connor's age over the last 2 or 3 years who talk a good game. I've met plenty of them. But you've got to get here. You've got to go to places and prove how good you are.
57.
I never met Connor until this morning, but I've heard a lot about him. And I always reserve judgment on a player until I see for myself what they can do. And what I'm seeing from this guy, I like.
138.
I've got the feeling he's quite exuberant under that multicoloured dart shirt.
85. Connor, you require 52.
And he's going to have 6 darts from here to level things up.
32.
He will return for double 10. He'll be disappointed not to take that in 15, or indeed 14.
60.
But the better player right now
Connor, you require 20.
is the man with the smaller stature. But
50.
he's made a huge error there.
Lee, you require 106.
He's missed 5 darts at a double to win this 4th leg. Can Lee Cox make him pay? On tops.
86.
That was close.
Connor, you require 5.
Had some problems on this earlier and couldn't convert the double 2, but he doesn't even get to
20.
double 2. How lucky is Lee right now to get this chance?
Game
it's right in the corner as well.
Lee Cox.
Oh, that's a bit salty if you're watching on. You're thinking he might hit double 10. It's not in the middle. And he goes to double 5, and it's so close to the double 12.
Game on.
Is that a sign that Lee Cox just wants to get rid of this?
85.
He'll be disgusted with 85 there after that first dart. That was a dreamy first dart for him.
60.
That's been a very good session. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. I hope you have too.
85.
That's a perfect first start for Connor.
81.
Devastated with 81. This is where you want to really run through the line. You don't want to have to amble through it. Now, Lee Cox has got 271, like Connor had earlier.
60.
But I fancy Lee's not going to go 19s. Because he's a bit more old school when it comes to the approach shots. But it's still a very effective one. Needs a maximum, really.
140.
Comes up with a finish left.
137.
But he needs errors. No error there. But that one
69 scored.
leaves him on 66.
68 left. 89.
Oh, that was my mistake. He was indeed on 68. Connor Scutt was on 100 with 2 darts left.
Lee require 48.
But this is match point for Lee Cox, who needs double 16 and finishes the day on the top of the table with 8 points. Wonderfully done. He can't be caught because of his leg difference. He is the best player in Group C on Thursday. 91.44, 50% on checkouts. Quite simple that he has done that most of today, and that's why he's going to be atop the table going into Friday. Wes Newton and Scott Marsh will finish today's proceedings. Match 15 will follow very soon. Final match of Group C on Thursday then, and this will be the final match on Thursday until we return tonight at 10 PM on Sporty Stuff TV and via YouTube internationally for Group B action. So Wes Newton and Scutt Marsh, bring it home, lads. There you see Lee Cox's position that cannot be disturbed. He does have company on 8 points, potentially, if Scutt Marsh beats Wes Newton. But indeed, he is going to be in the #1 position and well fancied to get through for Saturday night. As for Wes, if he can pick up a victory here and join Connor and Scutt Marsh on 6, he would be very much in the mix. And he would maroon Darren Beveridge and Nathan Girvin on only 2 points.
Game on.
If that was the case. He has the darts, and he has had a fairly positive day.
125.
I've had a question from somebody on Twitter about Connor Scutt, asking if he was playing with Simon Whitlock darts today. I can confirm that they are Simon Whitlock darts, so I hope that answers your question.
$85.
Been a decent day for Scutt as well. He picked up 12 points in 3 days over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He's already got half of that amount on Thursday alone.
58.
If he can pick up 2 more, then I think he'll get the bit between his teeth tomorrow.
$121.
Wes is someone who is not particularly popular when it comes to slow players. I wonder if you remember
82.
His rivalry with Justin Pipe, where he played Justin at the World Championship, and Wes famously did a going to sleep gesture and was subsequently punished by the DRA for it because he was simulating that Justin was playing too slowly. Tops for a 151.
131.
That would have been a good start to this match, wouldn't it?
170.
Could we get a second 170? No. There would have been a second one of the day from this group and a second one from Scutt this week.
20.
But Newton's on double 10. And gets it for a 17 dart start.
Wes Newton.
So an early blow to Scutt Marsh and his chances of getting 4 wins from 5 today. So over to Scutt now to see if he can level things up after 2.
Second leg, it's Scutt to throw first. Game on.
I don't think these two will have run into the same darts arenas a lot. They're from a very different part of the country. Both English, of course. Northwest for Wes Newton. Southeast
65
for Scutt Marsh. So they wouldn't have run into each other in local tournaments. And Scott's been running in soft tip circles for most of his career. So I do believe that they won't know a great deal about each other.
100.
The darts scene up in the northwest of England, though, if you're not aware of it, is sensationally strong. They've got an amazing amount of talent up there. And
58.
I'm not just talking about now, I'm talking about the last 50 years. Major winners and legends from the northwest. The likes of Alan Warren a Little, World Grand Prix champion from
60.
quite a few years ago. I believe it's 20 years ago. The great Alan Glazier, the left-handed ton machine.
58.
Dave Chisnell, of course. Michael Smith, both who have got to a very high level in their careers and have more to offer. And of course,
96.
Ronnie Baxter, multiple major finalist, originally from the town of Church in Lancashire, who has indeed lived very close to Wes for the last few years
84.
in Blackpool.
Scott, you require 145.
Ronnie Baxter is someone that not a lot of people have seen a lot of over the last 2 or 3 years. Nice leave from Scott.
121.
Good use of that treble 20 to leave double 12. And Newton needs a treble to get to a finish.
60. Scott, you require
So he has
24.
every right to wave the white flag here. As Marsh goes for double 12.
Game shot
And
on the
takes
second
double
leg.
12 for a
Scutt
1-1 scoreline. I wouldn't be shocked to see this one go the full distance at the end of today's play, because these are two players that love to grind a match out.
Wes to throw first. Game on.
That is the dart he hates. He has to switch from there. And if he has had a miss today, it's been the dart that goes slightly low. There's a chasm between the averages, even at this early stage. Newton at 77 and Marsh at 93.
100.
If that continues, there is only one winner.
$131.
We have indeed had one of Wes's best pals from his career playing here at the Live League this year in Barry Bates. When I first joined the circuit back in 2009, those two were inseparable.
180.
Just like those darts. They were magnetised to each other, those three.
56.
Marsh again is dictating the pace in this game. He did that in his last match with Lee Cox and ground out a 4-3 win there.
140.
He is the slowest player in this group, but that's not hard because most of the players are quite quick.
45.
Just
Scott,
like
you
leg
require
2,
81.
Marsh on a finish with Newton north of 170. Should be the treble 10. Or indeed that for double 10.
61.
Well thought out. He really has changed his plan, I feel, over the last few months. He's starting to leave tops and 10s
40.
more, and on purpose. He's going for the
Scott,
treble
you
14
require
for
20.
double 10 instead of the treble 10 for double 16. He really has started to figure out a game plan for his strengths. And it works.
Third leg.
The amount of times this
Scott
week that Scott Marsh has got himself, not out of jail, but got him into a comfortable position with tops or 10s. That's why he is at the top of this table with Lee Cox.
Game on.
And currently in a position to qualify. His leg difference
59.
before this match began, +4. Connor Scutt has finished on 6 points with an even leg difference.
140.
So by taking 2 legs in this match, he's guaranteed to be in second position going into tomorrow. Wes Newton can't catch him even if he wins 3 legs from here. But we'll worry about the leg difference a bit more tomorrow.
81.
Wes has picked up wins over Connor Scutt. and indeed Nathan Girvin. So he's picked off the young stars today after that somewhat dizzying 4-0 loss to Lee Cox in the first match of the day.
100.
Did not take long. We've only had 2 4-0s today. Both of them inflicted by Lee Cox. That's why his leg difference is so healthy at plus 11. Actually, I believe it's a bit more than that. I think I've got my calculations wrong. I think it's plus 13.
$41.
These are the hard games. These are the ones that test your darting endurance. These players will have
59.
arrived here at around 8 a.m. this morning, around 6 hours ago. Around 90 minutes before play began. And in between games, they will be practicing. So you've got to be ready to play roughly for 5 hours.
83.
That's not easy.
Wes you require 164.
And Wes has got 6 from here because of the calculating ineptitude of Scott Marsh.
86.
The leg isn't over yet though. Especially now.
99.
He's done well.
Wes you require 78.
This might be a must. Double 12.
Game shot on the
Superbly done. A really
Newton.
central double 6 to level things up at 2-2. We're about to go into a best of 3 scenario in this final match of the day. I have no idea who the favourite is.
Fifth leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
I know I'm supposed to be the one that tells you who is possibly the favourite from here, but this one is very,
57.
very even, in my opinion. The Newton average is vastly lower than that of Marsh. But I don't think that has any bearing on this match at all. The double statistics are identical. 2 hits from 5 for both players. Only the 1 maximum from Scott Marsh. Only the 2 140s from both players. 1 each.
135.
But Newton is grinding. Our first match tonight, which will commence shortly after 10 p.m, will be Paul Hogan versus Scott Williams. So it will be Berkshire versus Lincolnshire tonight. Then the 3 Welsh players will take the Ocky.
96.
Match 2 will be Justin Smith against Mike Warburton, and then Richie Burnett will be reserved for match 3. Only the 10 games tonight. Yes, just 10 games. As opposed to the 15 for the day session.
140.
Newton's still in control here after 9. Got to stay on the trebles.
96.
And does. Got to keep the pressure on. When Phil Taylor was always interviewed about gameplay, he was talking about put your opponent under pressure. Put him under pressure. Keep him under pressure.
139.
He was right.
Wes you require 117.
He can barely be separated. 57 leaves tops.
77.
That would have given him a huge boost.
Scott, you require 120.
But what would this do for Scott Marsh's chances of winning this match? It would be a break. But it's not going to happen in 5 visits.
60.
In fact, it's only going to happen if a mistake
40.
comes from the Warrior.
Game
And that mistake is not incoming. It's 3-2 to Wes Newton now. And we could have a really good group on our hands if he picks up one of the next 2 legs on offer.
6th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
This is the one he's not expected to win. But if it does go 3-3,
85.
Wes Newton is expected to win leg 7 because he has the darts. When he was playing his best stuff in his career,
180.
he was not losing from this position. And with that maximum, his first of the match, he might not lose this leg.
60.
If he does have a tendency, it is to drag it into the 5. But what a recovery.
135.
170 ahead after 6 darts thrown by each player. I'd say that's a pretty good scenario for the Warrior. But does he hate these? Scutt doesn't.
180.
He's in again. This is classic Wes.
100.
Still very good to get to a 2-darter after 3 visits. And he's only 86 away from finishing the day with more wins than losses. And he's going to need the 86. What a great 6-dart exchange 86. There from Scott Marsh. Now it's 85. It's a bit messy. And he's left
76.
double 5.
Scott, you require 40.
I'm sure Scott was not expecting Wes to be leaving double 5. I know I wasn't. Double 10 to take us all the way. He doesn't get there. What a chance for Newton to leave himself in the mix for Friday.
10.
Well, Wes, you left double 5. And you have hit double 5. Beautifully done by Wes Newton. Probably his best overall performance of the day. I don't think his average of 84.89 is really befitting that performance, because at times he really did show us some of the class from his career. He will finish the day on 6 points, as will Scott Marsh. Connor Scutt finishes on 6 as well. As you can see, the 3 players in 2, 3 and 4. But Lee Cox is the man today. He's the one who got 4 wins from 5. We're going to take a bit of a break for a period of about 8 hours. We will be back from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV tonight, channel 437 on your Skybox in the UK, and indeed via YouTube with online darts from 10 p.m. Local time, of course, here in the UK. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon and your early evening. I hope you can join us for Group B tonight from 10 p.m. This is Paul the Asset Nicholson signing out for now. Not for long. I'll see you at 10 o'clock.